The first sight was a bustling scene. Everyone was all excitedly watching a great show in front of them. The crowd now was abuzz discussing those dressed neatly, with overwhelming aura above. It turned out that up there were the 4 direct disciples of the Holy Profound sect. They were truly extraordinary. Below, the young man in purple could not hold back and said, "This time we enter the Holy Profound sect. We still have to see whether we can pass the examination of the 4 direct disciples. Heaven bless me. I must pass the once every 5 years examination of the Holy Profound sect." That person's face looked extremely anxious. I do not want to wait any longer. At the same time, a handsome young man excitedly shouted, "Finally, the day of the examination has arrived. As a transmigrator, I have waited 5 years. It was really not in vain." His name was Bai Mo, also the one chosen by the strange system as host. In the middle of excitement, suddenly the system appeared and announced, "Now Bai Mo has been activated with infinite enlightenment," and was given 3 free uses. Not only that, if gaining the jealousy of others, the number of enlightenments could be increased. Reading through the system at this time, Bai Mo was so happy that he cried, "My time has come. 5 years of hardship have finally ended." As the thought had just ended at the same time, a person standing above immediately shouted loudly, "It is time, begin." His name was Hao Nian. Looking down he continued, "The once every 5 years examination of the Holy Profound sect officially begins." As soon as he finished speaking in front of everyone, that tower emitted dazzling radiance. The next to speak was Wu Zhen. He followed saying, "The rules are very simple. This pagoda is the supreme treasure of the Holy Profound sect. Each floor is 1 trial, strength to what level, then that floor will light up." After the 2 had carefully instructed, Jai Ming also stepped forward to report, "Floor 1 can become outer disciple. Next can become inner disciple. Floor 3 can become elite disciple. Floor 4 can become elder disciple." After that, Jai Ming carefully evaluated once more. Floor 5, same as us 4, can become unparalleled direct disciple. Floor 6 is. Pausing for a moment, for some reason he changed his mind. "Forget it. Whoever among you can reach floor 6, that is a scene impossible within hundreds of years in the Holy Profound sect." Below, everyone again was abuzz whispering to each other, "To make 1 floor light up, then one can join the Holy Profound sect. It does not sound very difficult. Guess who will be in first place in this examination? It is said there will be special rewards." Over there people also had opinions. "It must be Wang Deng, young master of the Wang family. Did you not hear the rumors? He has the appearance of a saint. It could also be the son of the Marquis. Perhaps he can light up floor 4. Those 2 young men still endlessly babbling, becoming entry disciple, even possibly becoming direct disciple. The group ahead still lined up, but the announcement sound continuously echoed. From Xiao Bao, pagoda did not light up, eliminated. Chen Feng eliminated. Next, Wang Fei. Those announcements made some candidates begin to panic. Really terrifying. Just stepping up already many were eliminated. Truly cannot be underestimated. Regardless of the discussions, Wu Zhen still continuously announced results. Wu Song, pagoda floor 1 lit up, entered outer sect. In an instant, time passed like that. One by one all took the test, until half an hour later. Hao Nian looked down and read the next candidate. Next, Wang Deng of the Wang family. As soon as the words ended, a tall figure with burning aura proudly stepped forward. "I am Wang Deng of the Wang family. My goal is floor 6 of the pagoda." In front of those words, Hao Nian only gently replied, "Very good ambition. I hope you will succeed. Begin." And after those words, Wang Deng immediately advanced towards that pagoda. From afar, 2 old men had already arrived to observe the situation. The first to speak was Elder Shui. "Our Holy Profound sect in the past 100 years has not had any disciple light up floor 6, though also a great sect, but prestige has declined. Will this Wang Deng create a miracle?" Here, after getting closer to the tower, Wang Deng still remained extremely composed. Below, that familiar face could not help but make an assessment. Floor 2 lit up already. Today he is the one with the best result. But just after a moment, that golden tower once again began to shine. The crowd marveled in admiration. Floor 3 also lit. truly worthy of Wang Deng of the Wang family. At the same time Gui Hua quickly stepped forward. She could not help but admire Wang Deng, truly a rare talent. Since childhood I have heard stories of Wang Deng. Over here, one of the M also continued, there are many stories about his talent. He is the most famous genius in the world. Hearing everyone's praises, Bai Mo could not help but think, at present only one person passed floor 1. It seems those wanting to join the Holy Profound sect all have very low strength. Seeing his reaction, Gui Hua was not very pleased and angrily said, "Hey, why are you so indifferent? Wang Deng is the first place in today's examination. Do you not care?" Bai Mo calmly replied, "He is only floor 3. There are still many who have not tried. To say he is first place is still too early." Gui Hua sharply pointed at him and shouted loudly, "What are you that dare to say such? Wang Deng is not good enough. Could it be you can?" Without stopping those bitter words, she continued yelling, "I have never seen anyone as arrogant as you. You are not even worthy to carry Wang Deng's shoes." Being scolded until his face stiffened, Bai Mo inwardly startled. What is this? Is this the legendary brainless fan? Time passed a bit later. Finally Wang Deng also came out. His voice carried trembling as he loudly said, "Floor 5 is my limit. Cannot succeed." How Nyan consoled. Truly unfortunate. Floor 6 of the pagoda still has not been lit. That is already great. Like me, if floor 2 lights up I am very happy. Flipping the list in his hand, Hao Nyan continued, obtained 5 floors. Very good. Congratulations junior brother Wang Deng for becoming direct disciple of the sect. Over here, Gui Hua again pointed at him sharply saying, "Look, although Wang Deng did not reach floor 6, he still defeated countless others." She extended her index finger in disdainful manner. "Look at you now, what qualification do you have to surpass him? Worthy to be his rival?" Facing these words he could only feel helpless inside. Unable to explain, brainless fans are truly unreasonable. And just like that Wang Deng quickly turned around and left. Behind him Wu Zhen had some regret. Floor 6 of the pagoda has not lit for many years. Wu Zhen was a bit pessimistic. Even Wang Deng could not do it. Then who has the ability? At the same time Jiaming continued. Next is the young master of the marquis. Who knows what miracle might appear? From afar another person was staring at Wang Deng, secretly calculating. Wang Deng, my only worthy rival, has failed. He could not light up floor 6. This person was Lai Mu. After thinking that, he proudly affirmed, "Then this time I will be the one ranked first." On the stage, holding the candidate list in his hand, Hao Nyan continued to shout loudly, "Next, Lai Gui Hua." As soon as she heard her name, that sharp woman fiercely bumped Bai Mo's shoulder. "My turn." The test went very quickly. After a short moment Gui Hua had already come out. Jiaming loudly announced, "Lai Gui Hua, floor 2 lit, intersect." She looked very satisfied with this result. After going down Gui Hua could not help but look at him boastfully. "Brat, see, I am already inner disciple." Seeing he did not react, she continued to mock. "You despise my Wang Deng. Let me wait and see whether you can even enter the Holy Profound sect." At this time, Hao Nyan also loudly read his name. Next, Bai Mo. Hearing this, Bai Mo inwardly could not stop being excited. "My time has come." Seeing him step forward, from afar a girl could not help but doubt. Why does this name Bai Mo sound so familiar? Over here, Van Koi replied to Wu Zhen, "Sounds familiar, but cannot remember where heard it. Probably not a descendant of some great person, right?" Over here, Bai Mo was extremely focused. It turned out to be Tao principles. Each floor has different levels. As long as one comprehends the Tao principle of a floor, that floor will light up. When deducing this, he silently observed the surroundings for a long while. But a moment later, he slapped his forehead helplessly. "My aptitude is originally ordinary. Basically cannot light up floor 1. Immediately after, reluctantly, Bai Mo proposed an idea. "Seems like I have to use one enlightenment." Before reacting, Hao Nyan announced, "Bai Mo eliminated, next person." Gui Hua took the opportunity to mock. "Truly admirable. Cannot even light one floor. Truly a failure." Then she and the others laughed loudly. Who told you to despise Wang Deng? Do it yourself. At the same time, suddenly the tower reacted. Gui Hua looked over in great surprise. Here, Bai Mo inwardly pleased. Enlightenment is really easy to use. First use already helped me comprehend Floor 1's Tao principle. Immediately, a light breeze passed beneath him. Not stopping there, Bai Mo continued requesting, "System, I continue to use enlightenment once more." Seeing his reaction, Gui Hua despised greatly, only Floor 1, becoming outer disciple, not even as good as me. But as her words ended, Bai Mo was able to advance another floor. The most surprised person was Gui Hua. She exclaimed loudly, "What?" Still not satisfied, Bai Mo said, "System, I continue to use enlightenment once more." Looking at Gui Hua, he thought, "This is the last free enlightenment opportunity. If wanting to use more, must collect others' envy." And immediately, Bai Mo comprehended one more floor. Now he was one floor stronger than her. Just as Bai Mo predicted, Gui Hua was furious to the point of seeing stars. How could it be? How could he light up floor 3? Because the system said the more people envy, the more enlightenment he gains. Bai Mo did not hesitate to add a few words. Like Gui Hua, I am now an elite disciple of the Holy Profound Sect. Are you envious of me? She angrily tossed her chin, not bothering to look at him. But now the jealousy had increased by 1. The system immediately announced, having absorbed Gui Hua's envy, "You can use enlightenment once more." Gui Hua was unwilling. "What are you? Only floor 3. Compared to senior brother Wang Deng reaching floor 5. You are far inferior, understand?" Bai Mo teased, "But I am higher than you. Later Wang Deng will favor thinking of me more than you." Gui Hua's face turned pale. She was speechless. "You." Now the jealousy continued to rise. Bai Mo disdainfully looked at her. This is an effective way to deal with brainless fans. Hao Nian standing above could not help but comment. Bai Mo's aptitude at first glance seems ordinary, unexpectedly became an elite disciple. But Wu Zhen still consistently despised. Aptitude really is very ordinary, naturally difficult to enter the Holy Profound Sect. Perhaps just luck. Pausing a bit, he boldly speculated, no matter the reason, floor 3 is his limit. But just after speaking, the light of floor 4 appeared, startling everyone. Hao Nian and Wu Zhen looked at this scene. Both could not help but be shocked. Looking at the current situation, Bai Mo secretly thought, "I just need to use enlightenment one more time, then I can make floor 5 light up." Pausing a bit, he began to secretly calculate the pros and cons. But the big tree attracts the wind. I have already become a disciple. No need to waste enlightenment uses. At the same time, Van Koi also spoke. I remember now, the reason the name Bai Mo sounds familiar. Hearing this, Wu Zhen could not help but become anxious. Junior sister has remembered something. Van Koi then continued, Bai Mo, if I am not mistaken, he is the son of Bai King Tian. Hearing this, the three people all simultaneously gaped in shock. Mouths also involuntarily exclaimed, What? Hao Nian still seemed unconvinced. He asked again, Bai King Tian, is he the one called the Celestial Clan Lord? Wu Zhen showed disdain and replied, Celestial Clan Lord what? Clearly the Demon Clan Lord. At the same time, Jai Ming hurriedly spoke, No matter what, the son of the Celestial Clan shall not join the Holy Profound Sect. On the high floor above, Elder Shui was somewhat disappointed. Even Wang Deng could not make floor 6 light up. We can only rely on others standing beside him. Elder Shan gloomily replied. This year there is only one talented person like Wang Deng. The rest are all terrible, truly disappointing. Elder Shui could not hide the gloom on his face. The Holy Profound Sect is no longer prosperous. The times are about to change. Back at the arena, Hao Nian loudly announced, Bai Mo, floor 4 lit, eliminated from the Holy Profound Sect. Being clearly just behind Wang Deng, but suddenly eliminated made him so surprised he could not help but shout, What? The crowd below were not fools. All felt indignant for him. Bai Mo in this examination was only behind Wang Deng. How could he be eliminated? Could there be some inside plot, or did Bai Mo cheat? Jai Ming pointed straight at him and said loudly, Bai Mo is the son of demon clan Lord Bai King Tian. The holy profound sect does not admit sons of the demon clan. Upon hearing this, the crowd again erupted. What? Here, Bai Mo turns out to be the son of the old traitor who betrayed humanity, Bai King Tian. A young man considered knowledgeable loudly explained. That year Bai King Tian betrayed humanity, even causing severe harm to humanity. Such a person can never join the holy profound sect. Gui Hua was also pleased. She arrogantly said, "Turns out he is the son of the great traitor. No wonder he is so arrogant." After speaking, she turned to look at her idol, senior brother Wang Deng. "Just now this guy did not pay attention to you. Did you find it ridiculous?" Although regarded as skilled, he only responded indifferently. "The son of the demon clan participating in the examination with me. I am also curious." Pausing a bit, Wang Deng then said loudly, "But with Bai Mo's current ranking, I need not care about him." Gui Hua's eyes now shone with infinite admiration, worthy of senior brother Wang Deng. I felt furious hearing those words, yet he did not. Senior brother Wang Deng is the best. At this moment, Jai Ming pointed straight at him and then shouted loudly, "Bai Mo, you better leave immediately." He was furious to the point of blackening his face, and at the same time the system also announced, "Your task to join the holy profound sect has not been completed. If you leave, this task will fail." Now Bai Mo secretly calculated, waiting 5 years, I finally awaken the system. The task of joining the holy profound sect. If I leave, would it not be a waste? A thought flashed in Bai Mo's mind. System, I want to use enlightenment once more. Immediately after, he reached out. That pagoda once again lit up. The crowd again buzzed with discussion. What? This is... The people who had mocked him just now could not help but be shocked. Floor 5 lit up. Turning to the silent crowd, Bai Mo shouted loudly, "Look, now I and Wang Deng are both on floor 5. What do you say?" The jealousy of the girl named Gui Hua rose again, unwilling. Gui Hua angrily thought, "Damn it. He actually caught up to senior brother Wang Deng. How could this be?" Although now he could match Wang Deng, it seemed Wu Zhen still was not convinced, being of demon clan lineage, even reaching floor 5. So what? Our holy profound sect is not short of talents. Get lost. Bai Mo was so annoyed his face darkened. Then watch my performance immediately after. He once again waved his hand. That pagoda immediately changed, and a violent wind surged along with it. Facing this scene, even Hao Nian was startled. Van Koi gaped in astonishment at this result. Mouth also could not help but exclaim, "This is..." Over here, Wu Zhen along with Jai Ming also could not believe this scene. Next, he still did not change his attitude. Bai Mo's eyes revealed a somber look. And such a shock made Elder Shui on the upper floor also startle. Floor 6 lit up. After many years, finally a genius has lit floor 6 of the pagoda. Bai Mo turned to look at his opponent. Could not help but challenge. "Wang Deng, now I can match you, right?" Now, Wang Deng's jealousy rapidly rose. He clenched his teeth and fists, unable to stop trembling. Looking at the judges standing there watching him, "What about you? Do you want to say anything?" Hao Nian, after regaining composure, realized this was real, not an illusion. He could not believe it. This... Wu Zhen now also spoke to interrupt Hao Nian's confusion. "Senior brother, floor 6 can become secret realm disciple." But at the same time, Ban Koi stubbornly shouted loudly, "The holy profound sect does not recognize this result." She could not help but rush up to question, "Son of demon clan, everyone hates him. The holy profound sect cannot admit him." Jai Ming continued, "Junior sister speaks rightly. The holy profound sect is a prestigious sect, does not accept people with filthy background." Seeing these people still extremely stubborn, Bai Mo lightly smiled and said, "Then you watch further." Immediately, he waved his hand strongly. Now the pagoda continued to light up to the 7th floor. Overwhelmed, Hao Nian exclaimed, "What?" Wu Zhen also spoke. "For hundreds of years, no one could light floor 7 of the pagoda." Over here, Wang Deng's jealousy again rose further. He gritted his teeth. "Why? Why can an ordinary person like him do what I cannot?" Looking at Van Koi, Bai Mo provocatively asked her senior sister direct disciple, "Is this enough?" Van Koi now replied, "Never, I and the demon clan can never coexist." Jiming anxiously, "Junior sister." How Nyan also continued, "Junior sister, wait." He lit floor 7. There is always exception to rules. Even though the two senior brothers had spoken to mediate, she remained stubborn. No exception, not admitted. At the same time, Wu Zhen spoke following, "I support junior sister's decision. Today I preside over this examination. This Bai Mo will not be admitted to the Holy Profound sect." Below, everyone continuously expressed indignation. It is floor 7. The Holy Profound sect resolutely rejects. Is this not too arrogant? At the same time, the two elders also walked over. Elder Shui angrily shouted, "Shut up." As soon as they saw the two of them, the crowd immediately bowed respectfully. Disciples salute Elder Shan, Elder Shui. Everyone buzzed with discussion. It turned out to be the two Shan Shui elders. These two elders held high status and great fame. A young man in the crowd was startled. Among the elders, they only rank below the first elder. Elder Shui could not help but praise, "This Bai Mo is truly outstanding. He can join the Holy Profound sect." Van Koi immediately frowned and shouted at him, "Elder Shan, he is the son of the old demon, Bai King Tian." Elder Shui then also spoke, "So what? His father is his father, he is himself." He coldly and sternly said to everyone present, "I am willing to accept him as a disciple." At the same time, a loud voice rang out cutting across the two elders' words, "Shan, Shui Junior brothers, this statement is wrong." The newcomer looked much younger, and he was in fact the first elder of the Holy Profound sect, Elder Yan. Upon seeing him, all the disciples immediately bowed low and shouted in unison, "Salute the first elder, Master." Looking at Bai Mo, he immediately spoke, "Bai King Tian is a traitor to the Holy Profound sect. His crimes are enormous. Yet Elder Yan gave a judgment. In my view, his son is no good either. Keeping him will later become a white-eyed wolf harmful to the sect." Hearing this, Bai Mo's expression darkened. He cursed inwardly, "You may be a white-eyed wolf." Looking at Elder Yan, he could not feel any goodwill, inwardly annoyed. This first elder clearly hates me. Judging from the somber expression, Bai Mo speculated that it seemed, in the Holy Profound sect, the person whom his father Bai King Tian offended most was him. Then Elder Yan continued speaking to him, "Bai Mo, you are the son of the demon clan. This elder must capture you." Then he loudly shouted, ordering his men, "Where are you? Take him to the flame prison." Elder Shui quickly stopped his senior brother. "First elder, wait." Then he continued, "The flame prison, burning with fire all year round. Once you step in, 10 parts certain death." Bai Mo was so scared he clenched his teeth and groaned inwardly, "Heavens, this old man really wants to kill me." But Elder Yan remained extremely stubborn. "Shan, Shui Junior brothers, although he lit floor 7, he still does not qualify to enter the Holy Profound sect." Immediately after, he exerted internal force causing his eyes to redden. Elder Yin growled, "This matter is resolved like this." Now, standing before this attack, Bai Mo's face darkened somberly. But instantly, the pagoda shone all the way to the top. Bai Mo had successfully conquered the tower. The senior brothers were dumbfounded by this. All three shouted loudly, "What?" Especially Van Koi, she was unwilling. Going mad, she shouted, "What?" And now the two elders were gaping in astonishment. Floor 8, floor 8. Only one floor left to be considered a peerless genius. Elder Shan was visibly delighted. He exclaimed, "Unbelievable. His ability has still not reached its limit." Now the system immediately displayed a notification. He had received the envy of the direct disciples and also of Wang Ding. Now Bok Mak looked at that sharp-tongued girl with hidden annoyance. That true disciple was the one who attacked me the most. Immediately after, he spoke loudly, despite Van Koi staring at him intently. "At this moment only she is the one most jealous of me. Surely there is something that makes her hate me deeply." At the same time, Elder Ngon thought. The 8th floor suddenly lit up, indeed a bit difficult. He felt a little uneasy. It might alert the others. Scene shifts to another place. Smoke and fire rise around. A man with pure white hair sits cross-legged cultivating internal power. He was silent, both hands forming seals, continuously emitting beautiful streaks of light. At the same time, Elder Thatch suddenly jerked, a genius lighting up the 8th floor. The last time this happened was tens of thousands of years ago. As soon as he finished speaking, he sighed, "Unfortunately, you have not reached the 9th floor. Difficult for me to teach the Tao." Looking around at this place full of magma, Elder Thatch was full of regret. "My place is truly lonely." Scene shifts to another area. The space there is completely silent. In the room, 3 men quietly cultivate together. At the same time, Elder Tu Kong now also discovered. He startled and quickly opened his eyes. The 8th floor has lit up. Elder Thien Lam was also amazed. Unexpectedly this time, the Saint Mysterious sect could accept such a talented disciple. Luke Fong now quickly added, "I want this disciple." On Bok Mak's side, suddenly a beam of golden light from unknown origin shot straight up to the sky. People there were in an uproar. The forbidden area behind the mountain. Why is there such a loud noise? 2 people discussed among themselves, the sex elders continuously awakening. Surely they felt the 8th floor lit up. Bok Mak, hearing this, whispered with a satisfied smile, "As long as I attract more attention from the Saint Mysterious sect, even the first elder cannot do anything to me." Elder Ngon was so angry that he gritted his teeth. Bok Mak must be executed before the sex elders intervene, otherwise there will be no more chance. Thinking this, he immediately cultivated internal power, his eyes shining brightly with murderous intent. Elder Thai was startled and wanted to stop him. "First Elder, what do you intend to do? The sex elders have discovered it, therefore." But he acted as if mad. Elder Ngon directly struck his own sect members aside. "Move away." On this side, Bok Mak silently groaned, "Damn, this elder still does not give up." Elder Ngon now angrily shouted, "Bok Mak, blame yourself, why you are the son of Bok Kin Thien." Immediately after, he cultivated internal power, and quickly several large arms appeared ready to strike him. At the same time, the tower behind him suddenly emitted a huge energy. The tower continuously surrounded Bok Mak, seemingly wanting to protect him. In front, Elder Ngon had already quickly struck Bok Mak, as if fearing he would escape. Impossible to believe this, Elder Ngon shouted in shock. "What?" People discussed. "Oh my!" The 9th floor of the tower lit up. "Look, clearly the tower is protecting Bok Mak." Kai Min covered his face in shock. How is it possible? The Saint Mysterious Sect's tower could emit such powerful force, such power. Realizing he had the upper hand, Bok Mak immediately wore a sly smile. Immediately after, Bok Mak now issued a challenge. "Old man Ngon, if you're brave then come here." Elder Ngon seemed to go nearly mad. He gritted his teeth and shouted, "Damn it, how dare you provoke me." Then a stream of internal power was struck toward Bok Mak with great intensity. But just as that hand was about to touch him, a loud voice rang out, "Stop." In the sky, 3 large faces were manifested and condensed by internal power. People quickly appeared. They were the Than Hien sect elders, the elders who had closed themselves off for many years and not appeared. Seeing this scene, the 2 contestants were astonished. This time even the 3 elders appeared. As soon as they saw those figures, all 3 head elders respectfully cupped their hands and bowed, paying respects to the 3 elders. Below, the disciples immediately echoed, paying respects to the elders. Elder Tu spoke. "The 9th floor of the Yin-Yang Protective Tower corresponds to the Holy Sun. To light up the 9th floor, that person must be the Holy Son of the Than Hien sect." Thien Lam also added, "The Than Hien sect hasn't had a Holy Son for who knows how long." And finally Elder Luke Fong sternly questioned Elder Ngon. "First Elder, the Holy Son stands before you and you attack him. What scheme do you have?" Standing before the 3 elders, Elder Ngon still replied politely, "Elder, please calm down. I recognized him as Bok Mak and also the son of the demon race. I lost my temper and acted rashly." Elder Tu showed displeasure. "This is the first time you have erred. I punish you by stripping your qualification as first elder." making you a normal elder. Though unwilling, Elder Ngan could do nothing but accept. Understood. Before dispersing, Elder 2 added, "Leave it be. Tomorrow we will hold the ceremony to announce the next holy son of the Fan Hien sect." On this side, Elder Thatch rejoiced. The 9th floor is lit. My sensing was correct. The 9th floor of the Yin-Yang Protective Tower has lit up. Immediately he joyfully shouted from the bottom of his heart, "I am no longer lonely." As soon as those people left, Bok Mak immediately stepped forward and bowed low to the 2 head elders respectfully. Just now, many thanks to the 2 head elders. Now both of them adopted a more amiable attitude toward him and replied respectfully, "Holy Son, you are too polite." But Elder Ngan still snorted in disgust. "The Holy Son hasn't even been announced, so he is not the Holy Son." He sneered at his 2 fellow disciples. "You 2 head elders are really too hasty." Bok Mak no longer yielded and directly warned, "Old stinker, although I don't know what grudge you and my father have, you'd better not pick a fight with me," as he raised his index finger. Elder Ngan was so angry his eyes bulged, but now he could only stammer, "You," about to rush in to beat him in a satisfying fight. But fortunately the 2 fellow disciples timely pulled him back. Elder Ngan, no. Not wanting to stay and hold his anger, Elder Ngan angrily shoved his disciple away and stormed off at once. Immediately after, Elder Sun spoke to Bok Mak, "Holy Son, I will lead you in first." And just like that, he calmly walked forward to the astonishment of everyone. Facing the sharp-tongued girl who had continuously attacked him, Bok Mak arrogantly replied, "Lai Kwe Hoi, now do you think I am qualified?" But he also silently felt grateful to her. If not for Lai Kwefo's jealousy toward him, he would not have smoothly reached the 9th floor in one step. Looking at that dark face, Kwehoa said nothing while he began calculating. "Lai Kwehoa is my cash cow, so I must make her hate me more and more." But contrary to his thoughts, Kwehoa's sparkling eyes quickly rushed over, and at this moment reverence was also added. Bok Mak gaped in silent amazement. How did she already become my fan? Hao Enhan continued his work. Next, the next person, the son of the Hu family champion, Lai Muk. Shortly after, an announcement quickly rang out. "Lai Muk, the 6th floor is lit." He was extremely happy. The 6th floor. It definitely lit the 6th floor. I have surpassed Vuongdeng. On this side, the 2 gossipers whispered and discussed. "Do you think Bok Mak cheated? I think it's possible. After all, he is the son of Bok Kin Thien." The young man continued, "Isn't it only with innate talent that one can light up the 9th floor? He definitely cheated." The person next to him voiced their opinion. "I don't think so. After all the sect elders are observing, how could he cheat?" Lai Muk, hearing everyone discuss him, was so angry he trembled. "Why does no one pay attention to me at all?" Pausing a moment, he could not help but shout loudly, "I am the son of the Hu family champion. I have surpassed Vuongdeng." Channeling internal power, Lai Muk seemed to go mad. Damn it, all attention is focused on Bok Mak. So what if he is the son of the demon race? On this side, the 2 head elders were responsible for taking Bok Mak up to the mountain top, where white clouds surrounded the area. Looking around, Bok Mak silently thought, absorbing jealousy from Lai Muk, another use of enlightenment, truly unexpected. After a while of wandering thoughts, he finally arrived before a large castle. Elder Sun looked at him and explained, "This place is the Holy Hall. All the sect leaders and elders are waiting for you." Bok Mak was surprised and could not help but ask him, "Waiting for me?" Elder Thai also spoke, lighting up the 9th floor. Once in 10,000 years, the great figures of the Than Hien sect certainly would not miss this. He speculated, perhaps Kot Koi Elder and the Fossil Level Elder would also come. As soon as he finished speaking, from the sky the 3 elders immediately appeared with the form of immortal aura. All 3 did not speak hastily. They observed Bok Mak carefully and silently evaluated him. Immediately after, all 3 simultaneously descended in front of everyone. Upon appearing, Elder 2 impatiently looked at him and asked, "Little brat, do you wish to take me as your master?" Immediately after, all 3 including him simultaneously bowed and saluted. paying respects to the three elders. Elder Sun looked at him cheerfully and introduced, Holy Sun, these three are the three strongest elders of our Than Hien sect, their cultivation profound and immeasurable. Elder Thien Lam continued, Holy Sun, do you wish to take us as your masters? Elder Tu added, the three of us will teach you together. Elder Tu confidently introduced, the three of us possess special techniques, devouring heaven's skill, overlord origin, and the invincible heavenly dragon sword. All of these we can teach you. At the same time, a voice rang out, surprising him enough to look over, you are not yet worthy. Looking at the green mist in front of them, everyone could not help but be extremely astonished. Elder Thai exclaimed, this is a fossil-level elder. Unexpectedly, a fossil-level elder personally came here. Facing the fossil, the two head elders immediately bowed and saluted, paying respects to the elder. The fossil looked at the three others straightly wanting to take someone. I have come to meet the new Holy Sun, and I want him as my disciple. Elder Thien Lam was a bit embarrassed. He stammered, this matter. But at the same time, from the ground a bony arm emerged along with a voice, Elder Hoa, he is mine. Immediately after speaking, the skeleton rose from the ground before everyone's eyes. Bok Mak looked at the scene before him. He could not help but shout loudly, oh heavens, who is this again? Elder Sun then continued, Holy Sun, do not be afraid. This is a fossil-level elder. He added with amusement, Holy Sun, you are exceptional. Even a fossil-level elder cannot sit still. After explaining, the two head elders once again respectfully bowed, paying respects to the fossil-level elder. Fossil frowned irritably and said, Old friend Elder Hoa, you are still not dead, huh? The fossil glared arrogantly and replied, I came here to take him as a disciple. What does it have to do with you? The sharp-tongued elder challenged his friend. Looks like you haven't turned to ashes and are still living well, huh? Elder Sun explained to Bok Mak, these two elders are not from this era. According to Elder Sun, they have lived a long time and achieved great accomplishments. Elder Thai could not hide his delight. Holy Sun, this time you encounter great luck. He recounted, in previous introductions of Holy Sons, these two elders never appeared, but for you they came. On the other side, the two elders continued to provoke each other. The fossil continued, unlike you, I failed on the path of cultivation. This time Than Hien sect has a new Holy Sun. He continued, I wish to vie for fame and power. Can I ignore the appearance of a good disciple? Fossil immediately laughed haughtily and said, you want to vie. Why not focus on cultivating into a great emperor? Fossil stared at the fossil, interfering in the path of cultivation. Isn't that you wanting to compete with me? Then he turned to look at Bok Mak. This Holy Sun is different from previous ones. Clearly he can make the yin-yang pagoda glow. I will not give up on this good disciple. The fossil sharply retorted, he is not only extraordinary, but also not mediocre. He has no immortal bone. I will not give up. All three elders looked sullen. Elder Tu whispered, it seems we have no chance of taking him as a disciple. Feeling stubborn, the fossil then softly pleaded, you let me have him. In response to the earnestness, Fossil coldly and firmly refused. No. The fossil angrily growled, it seems we must test to see who wins and who loses. Fossil would not yield and also channeled his inner power. If testing then test, why fear? The fossil immediately created a large fireball, as if ready to attack the opponent. At this time, the fossil also did not fall behind. He immediately channeled inner power ready to respond. The two head elders stood aside clenching their teeth. Too strong, looks like creating a miniature globe. No wonder these two elders can tread the path of cultivation. As both prepared to strike each other, once again a loud voice echoed in the void. Two elders, please stop. Fossil was startled and looked back. The light gradually clarified. The figure appearing in the pure light. He was the Than Hien sect, Holy Lord. The fossil was extremely surprised. Holy Lord, both head elders spoke, paying respects to the Holy Lord. As soon as he appeared, the Holy Lord gently approached Bok Mak. He asked lightly, you are the new Holy Sun. Bok Mak respectfully bowed and saluted, paying respects to the Holy Lord. He could not help but assess him, ordinary talent, yet able to make the 9th floor of the Yin-Yang Pagoda glow. Pausing briefly, the Holy Lord hinted and continued, "Fate comes unstoppable, blessings and misfortunes often accompany each other." At the same time, Elder Thai stepped forward. "Holy Lord, hadn't you gone to inspect Kodong Thien? Why return suddenly?" He immediately replied, "I just heard the news. The 9th floor of the Yin-Yang Pagoda glowed. Someone was conferred as Holy Son. So I hurried back. Moreover, I have news to tell the elders." At this point, the Holy Lord's attitude showed some hesitation. At the same time, Fossil arrogantly asked, "Then what does it have to do with me taking disciples?" He stubbornly did not even look at the Holy Lord. "No news can stop me from taking disciples." Now the Holy Lord interrupted. "Ma Klan Bok Kin Thien has awakened Ma Ngayat, ascending to become a great saint of the demon tribe." Hearing this, all 3 elders were startled and shouted in unison, "What?" Elder Thien Lam was shocked. It has been a long time since a new great saint appeared in the demon tribe. Elder Luke Fong frowned. A demon tribe great saint is already terrifying, but what is more frightening is the awakening of Ma Ngayat. The Holy Lord now frowned tensely. This news is not small. With Ma Ngayat appearing, heaven and earth will surely be in chaos. Then he looked at Bok Mak, and this new holy son is the son of Bok Kin Thien. Everyone must also understand how great an impact this is. Hearing these words, he was not angry but pondered deeply. The Bok family was once a great clan, only because Bok Kin Thien betrayed humanity. Pausing for a moment, he suddenly realized the Bok family's decline was unstoppable. Unexpectedly, my destructive father became so infamous. Glancing at the fossil, Bok Mak muttered to himself, "However, Bok Kin Thien is Bok Kin Thien, I am I." He thought to himself, "Now my identity is the new holy son of Than Hien sect." These 2, fossil and fossil-level elder caught coy. Clenching his fist, Bok Mak thought, "After living so long, surely they will not give up taking a disciple because of this, right?" But just as the thought ended, Kot Koi said, "Forget it. I have lived very long. I absolutely cannot let a disciple with such an identity affect my great undertaking." Then he directly refused him despite previously almost fighting over him. "I will leave him to you." The fossil also spoke. "As long as Bok Kin Thien is not eliminated, the Holy Son's path to empire will be affected, even fragile. A disciple like him, I do not need either." Being suddenly refused completely shocked him. Bok Mak did not expect they would turn against him so quickly and stammered, "This matter." Fossil was the most blunt. He quickly disappeared, leaving only the words, "This holy son is entrusted to the 3 of you." Meanwhile, the fossil also said nothing and silently sank into the ground. The 3 elders looked at the situation before them. All were dumbfounded. "This matter." The Holy Lord spoke, asking the three elders, "From now on the Holy Son will follow you 3. Is that acceptable?" Elder Thien Lam stammered, "Holy Lord, I see the Holy Son's talent is only ordinary." Elder Luke Fong added, "Indeed, even if he can illuminate the 9th floor of the Yin-Yang Pagoda, it cannot make up for his ordinary talent." Elder Tu broke into a cold sweat. "The 2 long-time elders have not accepted him. The 3 of us also do not wish to." Bok Mak stood behind silently cursing. "This script has reversed too quickly. Just now everyone was competing for me. Now they all hate me." Then the Holy Lord turned to the 2 head elders. "What about you 2? Elder Son shyly scratched his beard. "We will follow the Holy Son's wishes. But we are only ordinary elders, perhaps not qualified." At this time Elder Thai also added, "Moreover, with the pressure from the demon clan, if misfortune occurs later, we cannot bear it." Seeing everyone refuse, the Holy Lord spoke, "Leave it. If no one wishes to accept the Holy Son, then I will." At the same time, a gust of violent wind arose, startling everyone, and within the wind came a loud voice, who said no one wishes to accept the Holy Son. As the words ended, the ground next to the Holy Lord cracked from the shock. From under the ground, Elder Thatch immediately soared upward before all eyes turned. Everyone, upon seeing clearly who it was, immediately stirred. "It is Elder Thatch. Elder Thatch has also come." just appearing, now standing before everyone. He loudly proclaimed, "I will accept the Holy Sun." Hearing his words, everyone was dumbfounded, especially the three elders who could not help feeling uneasy. Elder Luke Fong stammered, "This is—" The Holy Lord hesitated. "Elder Thatch, the previous Holy Son. His talent and qualification are sufficient." But at this time Bok Mak could not help but whisper, "Two head elders, why do I feel everyone is looking at Elder Thatch strangely? Is it an illusion?" Elder Sun then recounted to him, "The Holy Son does not yet know. Elder Thatch was once a legend. According to his story, when he was young, he had unmatched strength. 1,000 years ago, he was the one who illuminated the 9th floor of the Yin-Yang Pagoda." Pausing briefly, Elder Sun regretfully said, "But afterwards his cultivation fell behind, forcing him to leave the position of Holy Son." Now looking at the man before him, Elder Sun could not help but feel sorrowful, truly regrettable. He was the first to possess a holy body. Not stopping there, Elder Sun added, "Once successful, he was undefeated under heaven, and for the sake of a holy body to strengthen his physique, he devoted much time to studying cultivation methods, and only today appears, which is why everyone can see Elder Thatch's face now." Speaking, Elder Sun could not help but feel heartbroken, from an undefeated one to being ridiculed. After hearing this story, Bok Mak involuntarily exclaimed in surprise, "Immortal body." Looking at the man before him, he silently wondered to himself, "The strongest physique in legend, is it real?" At the same time, the system immediately displayed a notification. "New mission. Bok Mak must obtain an immortal body. Time limit is 5 years." He was extremely surprised. Why is the system announcing a new mission now? Here, Elder Thatch spoke sincerely. "I have devoted my life to researching immortal forms. I have truly missed many things. But Holy Son, please trust me." Looking at Bok Mak, he lavishly recruited, "Follow me. You will certainly have the chance to cultivate an immortal form and awaken the immortal form." At the same time a voice rang out from the air, humorous. Then a man with a dignified bearing immediately appeared before the crowd. Upon seeing him the two head elders bowed and saluted, paying respects to Elder Tan. Elder Sun did not look up, but turned to introduce to him, "Holy Son, this is the youngest elder, Elder Tan, contemporary with Elder Thatch. This person is Tan Khan." He glanced at Elder Thatch with contempt. "Elder Thatch, you are good for nothing. Do you want to turn the Holy Son into a cripple like you?" Hearing this, Elder Thatch was annoyed. "Tan Khan, you want to stop me from taking disciples?" Tan Khan growled. "Elder Thatch, you should call me Elder Tan. Although we cultivated together," he could not help but provoke. "But now I am an elder, and you are essentially just an ordinary elder." Then Tan Khan loudly declared, "This proves the path of cultivation you chose is mistaken." At this, Elder Thatch sincerely told him, "Holy Son, even if our Than Hien sect is not what it was before, and the elders do not want to accept you," he continued, "you still have many other choices. Elder Thatch is not suitable for you." Elder Tu also stepped forward to add, "Elder Thatch, you want to take the Holy Son? Give it up." Elder Thatch snorted coldly. "Finally I found someone suitable to be my holy disciple. Why should I give up?" But not wanting to make things hard for Bok Mak, he stroked his beard and said, "The 3 elders have spoken. Holy Son, decide this yourself." Without further thought, Bok Mak immediately replied, "I choose Elder Thatch." This choice seemed to surprise everyone, even Elder Thatch. He startled and loudly exclaimed, "What?" Then Elder Thatch happily continued, "I heard right. The Holy Son truly chose me." Elder Sun then spoke to dissuade, "Holy Son, please reconsider. The 3 head elders do not take you." But when they saw Bok Mak accept Elder Thatch as master, they urged restraint. "Holy Son, you are rash. Do you want to follow Elder Thatch's path of cultivation?" Tan Khan sighed in disappointment. "You lit the 9th floor of the Yin-Yang Pagoda and became Holy Son, and yet act like this." He sneered contemptuously. In the end, still a useless man pursuing immortal forms. It turned out Bok Mak was not so virtuous. He thought to himself, to fulfill the system's new mission it was Elder Thatch chosen as master. Yet those damned old men taunted me? Bok Mak muttered angrily. Glancing at Tan Khan, he suppressed his anger. "Wait until I obtain an immortal form. I will open your eyes." After attacking Bok Mak, He then turned and continued speaking, Holy Lord, letting him become the Holy Son. In the future, how can we contend for supremacy over the world? Pointing at him, he shouted, could this be the humiliation of our holy Xuan sect? I propose to depose him. At this time, because too many words had been exchanged, the Holy Lord spoke. The one who illuminated the 9th floor of the Yin-Yang Pagoda is the Holy Sun. This is the rule of the Holy Xuan sect. The rule cannot be changed. Looking over, Elder Tan Khan, the Holy Lord also spoke. However, because everyone doubts the Holy Sun, the Holy Xuan sect personally chose him as the Holy Sun, and the strategy of the Holy Lord is to temporarily keep it secret, not make it public. Without waiting for anyone's reaction, he waved his hand and continued, let this matter be concluded here. No one had any further opinions, and immediately Elder Thatch brought him to his residence. Upon landing, Elder Thatch immediately asked him, Vuong Dang comes from the great emperor family. Surely you have heard. What is your relationship with him? Bok Mak did not want to tell the truth, so he only smiled faintly and replied, not bad. In fact, he was secretly pleased, thinking schemingly, Vuong Dang is narrow-minded. He is the scallion I will take good care of on the path of cultivation. Finally, the trial period had passed. The next day, the atmosphere was still quiet. Vuong Dang quickly entered inside. While walking, he looked around thinking, Elder Thatch wants to accept me as a disciple, although he is not an elder. After thinking it over, he thought again, but in the Holy Xuan sect his status is not inferior to an elder. He is also a genius. Vuong Dang's mind floated calculating. He learned many secret methods. My family head, Vuong the Great Emperor, also admires him. Becoming his disciple is also a good thing for me. Thinking this, Vuong Dang's face revealed a scheming look. After finishing his thoughts, he gritted his teeth thinking of Bok Mak, that name who relied on luck to illuminate the 9th floor. Just wait. He made up his mind. I, Vuong Dang, will never be inferior to you. Lost in thought, he did not notice someone had arrived behind him. Elder Thatch joyfully spoke, Vuong Dang, you have arrived. Being opportunistic, Vuong Dang turned respectfully, kowtowing, greeting Elder Thatch. Looking at Bok Mak, he secretly felt unhappy and wondered, why did he also come here? Elder Thatch then said, Vuong Dang, I appoint you as a registered disciple. Hearing this, he stammered and asked again, registered disciple. Looking at him, Elder Thatch introduced proudly, this is Bok Mak, you must have heard of him. He is my only true transmitted disciple. The next sentence made Vuong Dang terrified. In the future, he will be your senior brother. Looking at the self-satisfied person in front of him, he was still surprised, senior brother. Vuong Dang secretly darkened his face. I am registered, he is true transmitted, and he is my senior brother. How is this possible? Unable to restrain his indignation, Vuong Dang gritted his teeth, too unreasonable. And at this moment the system also added one jealousy point. And upon receiving this notification, at the same time he also gained another enlightenment. Bok Mak was extremely pleased. Vuong Dang truly did not disappoint me. After finishing the introduction, Elder Thatch said again, today, as master, I will teach you the first cultivation technique, Lai Yu Yao Long Jing. Vuong Dang was delighted. Lai Yu Yao Long Jing. This is that legendary cultivation technique. According to his knowledge, he smugly thought, I have heard of this technique. It is very good, because after practicing it, one can achieve extraordinary physique, the true dragon emperor body. As soon as he finished speaking, Elder Thatch immediately channeled the martial method to his two disciples. Vuong Dang stood dumbfounded, sensing it. He slowly absorbed the aura. Vuong Dang told himself, even as a registered disciple, as long as I learn this martial method, my strength will definitely increase greatly. Bok Mak is fundamentally unworthy to be my senior brother. The malice surged, filling him with ambition. Meanwhile, Bok Mak secretly felt uneasy. Damn it, my innate talent is ordinary. I cannot comprehend this martial method. Immediately afterward, Vuong Dang quietly called out, System, I want to use an enlightenment once. Elder Thatch then curiously asked, how much have you learned, both of you? After this question, Vuongdang felt his entire body brimming with vitality. He proudly replied quickly, "Master, I have comprehended 30%. Elder Thatch clicked his fingers and praised, 30%. Worthy of being the descendant of Emperor Vuong. Your talent can be compared to Emperor Vuong in his youth." Pausing, he then advised, "However, this martial method becomes increasingly difficult to practice. You must continue diligently cultivating." Then he turned to his cherished disciple. Seeing he was still focused, Elder Thatch curiously asked, "Bok Mak, what about you?" Bok Mak frowned, secretly sweating. One enlightenment did not help him understand this martial method. Then Bok Mak had no choice but to summon the system. I want to use an enlightenment once." Looking at him, Vuongdang sneered. "Lit the 9th floor, so what? Fundamentally still inferior to me, yet still acting arrogantly. Ultimately, I, Vuongdang, will be the strongest and only one in the human realm." Meanwhile, Bok Mak was struggling immensely to learn that martial method. At the same time, a strange light suddenly emanated from his body, leaving everyone astonished. What is this? This power of his seemed even Elder Thatch could sense it. After a while, from Bok Mak's body appeared a large blue dragon, making Vuongdang extremely surprised. What? That energy also enveloped him. Vuongdang was momentarily blinded. Now, Bok Mak's clothes were torn apart by the internal power. The blue dragon continuously soared, making Elder Thatch shout loudly, "I am not mistaken, right?" He smiled brightly and proudly. "I have chosen the right person." Vuongdang's jealousy surged again, secretly startled. He has only practiced a short time, yet can already trigger the true dragon form. How is this possible? After receiving the secret teachings from his master, time passed just like that. 3 days later. Now inside the main building, the two were sitting together cultivating, the surrounding atmosphere extremely quiet. But Vuongdang was still secretly watching Bok Mak, his gaze full of envy. "I, Vuongdang, will not yield. I will not fall behind anyone." At this moment jealousy also increased by one more point. The system immediately reported, "You have gathered jealousy and received an additional enlightenment." This made Bok Mak extremely pleased. "Very good. I haven't even done anything yet, and the scallion has already learned to harvest on its own." Just as he finished thinking, from Vuongdang's body suddenly emitted a brilliant golden aura. He was extremely delighted. 50%. I have comprehended Lai Yu Yao Long Jing to 50%. Looking at Bok Mak, he looked down on him. "Although Bok Mak has progressed more than me, in the past 3 days he has not changed at all, while I am advancing day by day," Vuongdang asserted. "If this continues, I will soon catch up and surpass him." At the same time, the blue dragon from Bok Mak's body also suddenly appeared. Once again, Bok Mak's clothes tore apart. His body became even larger. Vuongdang looked on, stammering, Could this be the legendary great perfection of Lai Yu Yao Long Jing?" At the same time, Elder Thatch entered and continued, "Correct. Many people successfully cultivate Lai Yu Yao Long Jing." Pausing, he commented, "But to reach perfection, very few, only countable on fingers." Then Elder Thatch did not hide from Bok Mak. "Bok Mak, you now officially have extraordinary physique," stepping towards the immortal body. As soon as he spoke, Vuongdang inadvertently gave Bok Mak another point of jealousy. Then Elder Thatch asked again, "Bok Mak, Vuongdang, what realms are you two currently at?" Hearing this, Bok Mak quickly replied, "Master, I am at body refining realm equivalent to level 5. Vuongdang proudly patted his chest. "Master, I am at body refining realm level 9. Then Elder Thatch instructed, "Focus on breaking through to the Divine Bridge realm." Looking at his two disciples, he said again, "Today I will only teach up to this point, and one more thing." Pausing, Elder Thatch spoke coldly, "The junior master has exchanged for you two a cleansing pill order. Now you can use the cleansing pill pool." Hearing this name, Bok Mak's face immediately showed surprise. Cleansing pill pool. Seeing he didn't know, Vuongdang smugly explained, "The cleansing pill pool is unique to the Holy Xuan sect. It is suitable for cultivating to enhance physique." According to him, Countless experts of the Holy Xuan sect have trained in the cleansing pill pool. Elder Thatch continued, correct, and one more thing you don't know. When training in the cleansing pill pool, there is an extremely small chance to break through the extreme pancreas. And as he said, once reaching the extreme breakthrough, strength will multiply, invincible. The junior master exchanged a pancreas order for you to use, and as he finished speaking, Elder Thatch took out that valuable item. Vuong Dang looked at it, secretly surprised. 1. I understand, because I am currently body refining realm level 9, the chance to break through the extreme pancreas is higher. Thinking this, he smugly looked at Bok Mak. Bok Mak definitely can't compare with me. This order must be given to me. But contrary to Vuong Dang's thoughts, Elder Thatch now spoke. Bok Mak, this order is entrusted to you. He pointed at Vuong Dang and then said to Bok Mak simultaneously, you can bring along one body refining realm attendant, who is your junior brother. Jealousy increased again. Vuong Dang angrily gritted his teeth. Attendant. After that, the two of them went outside together to observe the situation. In front of the tall statue, the crowd continuously buzzed. In front of everyone, the purple-clad boy named Da Han was channeling internal power, preparing to do something. After channeling his internal power, he immediately punched hard into the stone in front of him. At the same time, 3 very clear characters suddenly appeared on the plaque. A voice sounded at the same time. You must train in the body refinement realm for 3 years before entering the 8th floor. Da Han slammed his hands together in regret. At least must reach the strength of a true dragon. Tich Fong questioned, at least must reach the strength of a true dragon. The person beside him continued, too difficult, unless one is the descendant of the great emperor. Vuong Dang, a natural genius can achieve it. Immediately, the tall man stepped forward, startling everyone. Now it is my turn. Channeling internal power with full strength, he prepared to punch the statue in front. As soon as the attack was launched, a dazzling light quickly appeared. Now, on the stone tablet, characters appeared again, but this time 4 characters. Tich Fong immediately realized, he is senior brother Lai Ho. Lai Ho, senior brother of the body refinement realm level 9. Just striking has entered the flow, reaching the strength of a true dragon. Then he immediately stepped forward to flatter. Senior brother Lai Ho from today will join the ranks of geniuses. Elder Sun was somewhat pleased. It had been a long time since someone reached the strength of a true dragon. Even though the Saint Xuan sect is about to decline, it will transform soon. Elder Thai continued, yes, not far off. During the era of Bok Kin Thien, geniuses entering the flow were as numerous as river water. He showed regret. But those in the body refinement realm who reached the strength of 5 dragons were very few. As soon as he finished speaking, the 2 brothers Vuong Dang and Bok Mak also appeared at the same time. Da Han was curious. Who is the person beside him? Looks very familiar. Tich Fong immediately recognized, it is Vuong Dang, the descendant of the great emperor has also arrived. As soon as he saw him, Elder Thai was startled and exclaimed, Saint. The words barely left his mouth when he corrected himself. Bok Mak, you have also arrived. Elder Thai thought to himself, Bok Mak was chosen as the saint disciple. This matter is strictly forbidden by the Saint Lord to reveal outside. Bok Mak stepped forward and said honestly, 2 elders, I want to enter the purification pool to train. Tich Fong was surprised. He is Bok Mak, the one who lit the 9th floor of the Yin Yang treasure tower. Da Han added, it is indeed him. I saw him that day. Tich Fong curled his lips disdainfully. Although he lit the 9th floor, the Saint Xuan sect did not announce anything. It seems this Bok Mak is not the saint disciple. Da Han whispered, therefore, the result of his previous trial must have had problems. He arrogantly teased, I see nothing special about Bok Mak. How could he light the 9th floor? Elder Thai did not pay attention to these talks, but directly said to him, Bok Mak, you also try your strength. Bok Mak had never tried such things before. He asked curiously, how? He pointed at the stone statue and said, very simple, use all your strength to punch the stone in front, and the statue will automatically display the result. Tich Fong sneered, I am really curious. Bok Mak is weak. How much can he achieve? Da Han also mocked, may not even enter the flow. Tich Fong continued, if it is senior brother Vuongdang, it must be above the strength of a true dragon. Bok Mak calmly refused and walked away. Best for me to go cultivate. Elder son looked regretful. What a pity, I truly wanted to see how strong you are. He secretly wondered, with the current position of the Holy Sun, even if cultivation is not high, physique must be extraordinary. Bok Mak, facing this expectation, simply replied, there will be opportunities later. Then he used internal force to take out the order. 2 elders. This is the pass order. Seeing he did not want to show off, Elder Son did not make things difficult and quickly said, all right, please enter. Just like that, Bok Mak went first, followed by Vuongdang entering behind. But before they could reach inside, suddenly Elder Son looked over and shouted, wait. Looking at the young man ahead, he coldly asked, Vuongdang, where is your order? Indeed, not having the order, Vuongdang momentarily felt flustered. Elder Thai also stepped forward, frowning, asking again, why didn't you say anything? Immediately after, gritting his teeth angrily, he still had to shout, I am Bok Mak's attendant. At this moment one more point of jealousy was also added to Bok Mak. Hearing this, the 2 youths Da Han and Tich Fong were shocked. What, attendant? The crowd immediately became noisy. How could this be? Vuongdang, descendant of the great emperor. How could he lower himself to become another's subordinate? What the hell is going on? Why did Bok Mak turn Vuongdang, his senior brother, into his attendant? Lai Ho, unwilling to believe, rushed forward and shouted, Bok Mak, how can you let Vuongdang become your attendant? Facing everyone's anger, Bok Mak calmly replied, because I am more handsome than him. Hearing this, Lai Ho was furious. He could not help but shout, shameless, and now the jealousy from the opponent was added to Bok Mak again. Seeing this reaction, Bok Mak was extremely surprised. He secretly thought, he really hates me because I am handsome. Seeing the tense situation, Elder Thai immediately intervened. All right then, you may enter. But he himself was extremely surprised. This holy son truly has unknown tricks. Vuongdang actually agreed to be his subordinate, truly unexpected. With the elder's permission, Bok Mak began to enter to study. But once again, just as he was about to step inside, suddenly a voice rang out, stop. Seeing the person approaching, everyone was in an uproar. It was Lai Muk, son of the invincible Hu family. The young master had arrived. Lai Muk stepped forward bluntly. Vuongdang, I have always admired and been very proud of you. He frowned and asked his counterpart, do you really want to become someone else's subordinate? What the hell are you thinking? Facing this questioning, Vuongdang, unhappy, shouted loudly, don't interfere in my matters. Yet Lai Muk continued to question, I am very disappointed in you. I thought in the Holy Xuan sect you were my only rival. I didn't expect you now to bow to a stranger. Now standing before the crowd, Lai Muk loudly declared, you no longer have the qualification to be my rival. The opponent continued to provoke, making Vuongdang unable to endure any longer. Enough. Lai Muk was smug. So what? I was already being polite. You don't accept it, huh? Gathering internal force, Vuongdang shouted, Lai Muk, if you want to fight me then fight. Don't insult me 3 or 4 times. Just like that, Lai Muk directly stated his intent. Very well, then take this chance. Let's see who is stronger. And of course, Vuongdang was not afraid of this opponent. And he did not learn patience, immediately agreeing, all right, agreeing. After accepting the challenge, Vuongdang quickly stepped toward the stone statue. Immediately channeling his internal energy, his aura was truly astonishing. Da Han, upon sensing it, was startled. Such a powerful aura, perhaps he has already entered the Divine Bridge realm. As soon as the words ended, Vuongdang also quickly punched hard toward the stone statue. When the characters had just appeared, everyone was once again shocked. 5 dragon strength, far surpassing Lai Ho, truly deserving of the name Vuongdang, he has not disappointed us. Meanwhile, Vuongdang also secretly marveled. 5 dragon strength, thanks to cultivating the carp transforms into dragon scripture. My strength has doubled. Looking at the one provoking him, he secretly smiled proudly. Lai Muk is fundamentally not my opponent. But on the contrary, Lai Muk still responded with disdain. Is that so? Now you truly are useless. Immediately, Lai Muk rushed quickly toward the stone statue, startling Vuong Dang as well. As soon as his internal power struck, an enormous force instantly rebounded. Once again everyone was horrified. What? 8 dragon strength. The young master is really that strong. Only body refinement initiation and already reached 8 dragon strength. Who knows what it will be like at body refinement level 9. The young master has become a legend already. Vuong Dang seeing this could not help but sweat. You are body refinement realm initiation. Lai Muk proudly, only body refinement level 1. Is it necessary to be so surprised? Immediately after, he looked at him with contempt. Vuong Dang, you are no longer standing on equal ground with this young master of mine. Finishing his words, Lai Muk continued disdainfully. I order you to submit to me. Vuong Dang was truly provoked to the point of madness. He could not hold back and shouted, Lai Muk, even insulting me has a limit, don't go too far. Lai Muk pointed straight at his face and questioned. You becoming Bok Mak's subordinate is truly a joke. He isn't even recognized as Saint Disciple, not even as an elite disciple. What are you thinking agreeing to be the subordinate of such trash? The more he listened, the angrier Vuong Dang became. On this side, Bok Mak was stunned and confused. What the hell? I didn't offend him at all. Lai Muk still stubbornly babbled. Vuong Dang, I sincerely advise you, leave him, become my man. In the future when I ascend to the great emperor's throne, you will also enjoy countless benefits. Finishing his words, he leaned close to Vuong Dang's ear and challenged, come on, show your loyalty. At the same time, Bok Mak pointed his thumb down to the ground and then spoke, take your loyalty and shove it. Unexpectedly the boy reacted. Lai Muk was stunned. What did you say? Bok Mak couldn't help but curse directly. You are really polite seducing him like that. Didn't your family teach you manners? He secretly darkened his face and smiled slyly. Vuong Dang is now the leek I can harvest countless times using enlightenment. I won't let others lure him away. Lai Muk sneered coldly with contempt. Stinky brat, you dare to speak up too? Then he challenged. Then why don't you come up and show your strength? Otherwise you have no right to speak to me. Bok Mak secretly calculated. I have already cultivated the carp transforms into dragon scripture to perfection. Surely I have obtained the true Dragon King body. He told himself, I can feel my strength has increased greatly. This is also an opportunity to test it. After accepting the challenge, Vuong Dang quickly stepped toward the stone statue. Immediately channeling his internal energy, his aura was truly astonishing. Dahan, upon sensing it, was startled. Such a powerful aura, perhaps he has already entered the divine bridge realm. As soon as the words ended, Vuong Dang also quickly punched hard toward the stone statue. When the characters had just appeared, everyone was once again shocked. 5 dragon strength, far surpassing Lai Ho, truly deserving of the name Vuong Dang. He has not disappointed us. Meanwhile, Vuong Dang also secretly marveled. 5 dragon strength. Thanks to cultivating the carp transforms into dragon scripture, my strength has doubled. Looking at the one provoking him, he secretly smiled proudly. Lai Muk is fundamentally not my opponent. But on the contrary, Lai Muk still responded with disdain. Is that so? Now you truly are useless. Immediately, Lai Muk rushed quickly toward the stone statue, startling Vuong Dang as well. As soon as his internal power struck, an enormous force instantly rebounded. Once again everyone was horrified. What? 8 dragon strength. The young master is really that strong. Only body refinement initiation and already reached 8 dragon strength. Who knows what it will be like at body refinement level 9. The young master has become a legend already. Vuong Dang seeing this could not help but sweat. You are body refinement realm initiation. Lai Muk proudly, only body refinement level 1. Is it necessary to be so surprised? Immediately after, he looked at him with contempt. Vuong Dang, you are no longer standing on equal ground with this young master of mine. Finishing his words, Lai Muk continued disdainfully. I order you to submit to me." Vuongdang was truly provoked to the point of madness. He could not hold back and shouted, "Lai Muk, even insulting me has a limit, don't go too far." Lai Muk pointed straight at his face and questioned, "You becoming Bok Mak's subordinate is truly a joke. He isn't even recognized as Saint Disciple, not even as an elite disciple. What are you thinking agreeing to be the subordinate of such trash?" The more he listened, the angrier Vuongdang became. On this side, Bok Mak was stunned and confused. "What the hell? I didn't offend him at all." Lai Muk still stubbornly babbled, "Vuongdang, I sincerely advise you, leave him, become my man. In the future when I ascend to the great emperor's throne, you will also enjoy countless benefits." Finishing his words, he leaned close to Vuongdang's ear and challenged, "Come on, show your loyalty." At the same time, Bok Mak pointed his thumb down to the ground and then spoke, "Take your loyalty and shove it." Unexpectedly the boy reacted. Lai Muk was stunned. "What did you say?" Bok Mak couldn't help but curse directly. "You are really polite seducing him like that. Didn't your family teach you manners?" He secretly darkened his face and smiled slyly. "Vuongdang is now the leek I can harvest countless times using enlightenment. I won't let others lure him away." Lai Muk sneered coldly with contempt, "Stinky brat, you dare to speak up too?" Then he challenged, "Then why don't you come up and show your strength? Otherwise you have no right to speak to me." Bok Mak secretly calculated, "I have already cultivated the carp transforms into dragon scripture to perfection. Surely I have obtained the true Dragon King body." He told himself, "I can feel my strength has increased greatly. This is also an opportunity to test it." And now, just as Vuongdang stood up, he began calculating. "My extreme body refinement corresponds to body refinement stage 18. The more I cultivate later, the stronger I will become, and the more difficult it will be." He continued walking without stopping with the thought. Continuing deeper into the marrow cleansing pool to cultivate will provide more opportunities to raise the limit. Meanwhile, Bok Mak still sat there. He exerted his inner strength and shouted loudly, "Break from me." Immediately, that light enveloped him. Bok Mak opened his eyes wide. But now, in front of him was complete and unusual silence. Slapping the water, Bok Mak felt dejected, failed again. "Even with the help of the marrow cleansing pool, I still cannot quickly break through the realm." Seeing him depressed, he laughed mockingly, "Bok Mak, is this truly your talent?" Then Vuongdang could not resist boasting, "I have cultivated to extreme body refinement. You cannot even break through one stage." He wore a proud expression. "I really do not understand how you could cultivate the Lai Yu medicinal dragon scripture to completion." After saying these words, Vuongdang quickly left without paying attention to his feelings. Bok Mak smiled coldly. "A young person, looking down on me? You are indeed still too naive. Do you think I am a fool?" Once again, he sat back in the river. "System, I want to use a sudden insight once." At the same time, Bok Mak's entire body suddenly experienced a shock, and the water beneath also began to ripple. After a while, he could not contain his excitement and shouted, "Body refinement stage 4, wonderful." Keeping the same posture, Bok Mak said, "System, continue to use sudden insight." And time passed in this way, quickly reaching half an hour later. He sat silently calculating, body refinement stage 9. Only one step away from breaking through to extreme body refinement. Then Bok Mak said again, "System, I want to use sudden insight once." But this time, the water remained completely calm, without a single ripple. He was surprised that his body remained unchanged. Bok Mak wondered, no breakthrough. After a while he stood up. It seemed breaking through to extreme body refinement would not be easy. My uses of sudden insight are limited. Then Bok Mak stretched. To avoid waste, I should go deeper into the marrow cleansing pool. This way, the effect of using sudden insight will increase, and the water now felt slightly heavier. Of course, he realized that the deeper he went, the greater the pressure. But it could not make him retreat because Bok Mak had ample confidence. "I have the true Dragon King body. Cultivation at body refinement stage 9. This pressure is nothing to me." Meanwhile, Vuongdang struggled more and more. "This is my limit. If I step forward, I fear I will be pressed down and unable to move. Finally unable to endure, he had to kneel down. I have tried my best to cultivate to extreme body refinement. Cultivating in this state will shorten the distance to breaking through to the next realm. At the same time, Bok Mak advanced. Brother, why are you not moving forward? Upon seeing him, he was startled. You are here too. Vuong Dang could not help but wonder. Body refinement stage 9. How did you in a short moment cultivate to body refinement stage 9? And now the jealousy also increased. He calmly looked at the opponent and said, you cannot go further because this is your limit. Why refinement realm, and must continue striving. Hearing this, Van Koy was surprised. Level 9 immediately after, he casually walked past. Judging by his demeanor it was like that. This could not be forced upon you. After all you could only be considered a fairly talented genius, not forgetting to glance back and taunt. And I am a peerless prodigy, incomparable to you. Continuously slapping his hands on the ground, Vuong Dang shouted, Bok Mak, you'll pay. Sooner or later I will trample you underfoot. And jealousy also increased by 2. The system quickly notified. You have gained jealousy and received 2 enlightenment opportunities. Bok Mak was pleased. This little junior disciple helps too much. Slightly excited, the number of enlightenment uses has doubled. It is the same river, but elsewhere. The boat was floating on top. The disciples were attentively watching Van Koy. While she silently cultivated, Van Duck looked on in admiration. No wonder she is the top disciple personally trained by the elder. Enhak Van Koy has already reached level 14 of the extreme body refinement realm. Min Trite wiped sweat from his brow. If Enhak's sister is not pursuing higher levels of the extreme realm, leaving the other prodigies behind, her cultivation would not stop at the extreme realm. Finally Van Koy opened her eyes. It had been a long time. Yet she still could not advance to level 15 of the extreme realm. Cultivating the extreme realm is indeed very difficult. She could only continue deeper into the marrow cleansing pool. Thinking this, she immediately stood up. Min Trite was surprised. Enhak's sister actually wants to go further into the marrow cleansing pool. The two of them stood side by side, trembling. The high pressure here was already terrifying. We could only stand steadily with the aid of the boat. Yet Enhak's sister still wanted to advance. They could not help but marvel. Compared to her, the other disciples of Thon Huy letter 1 EC1 N Tong were truly far inferior. Besides Enhak's sister, they had never seen anyone else. At the same time, Bok Mak calmly walked past, leaving the 3 stunned. Seeing this, Van Duck and Min Trite were both astonished, mouths agape. Immediately after, Min Trite quickly intervened. Stopping him, he said nothing, just turned his face and smiled brightly, greeting everyone. Van Koy, seeing him, felt disdain. It's him, the son of Bok Kin Thien. Min Trite glared at him in frustration and shouted, what are you doing? Looking at the other, Bok Mak casually replied as if nothing happened. Cultivating, Min Trite pointed at him and continued, how did you get here? Bok Mak remained unfazed, smiling brightly. Walked here. Van Duck, just hearing this, was shocked, sweating in disbelief. Walked here. Not only the 3, but the disciples arriving by boat also murmured. Who is this, besides Enhak's sister? There's someone else reaching this place. Bok Mak ignored them, looking at Van Koy, and cheerfully said, isn't this Enhak's sister? Hello Enhak's sister, he thought to himself. Last time during the assessment, these girls were constantly targeting him. Now after nurturing, they were just a bunch of weaklings. Van Koy did not look at him, turning away with contempt and snorting coldly. Bok Mak then said, I won't disturb you further. I'll go on ahead. After all, I'm only at level 9 of the body refinement realm. At the same time, his jealousy also increased by 1. Min Trite was endlessly surprised. Not yet in the extreme body refinement realm. How could he reach this place? Immediately after, he walked toward him with sparkling eyes. Right, senior brothers, how is your cultivation? Why not go down to cultivate? He made an innocent face pretending not to know and said again, standing on the wooden boat for what? After going down you can cultivate just like me and Enhak's sister already. Min Trite was so angry his eyes turned red. He was annoyed. Cultivate with Enhak's sister. Van Duck quickly stopped him. But now both of them unintentionally also added jealousy points for him. On this side, Van Koy angrily looked at him and shouted, "Shut up! Who is your senior sister? Just you are worthy to call me senior sister." They saw that and were delighted. Enhak's sister seems to really hate this brat. I remember now, this person is Bok Mak, the one who was about to be conferred Holy Son. But finally there was no news of that. Min Tribe immediately spoke, "So now isn't he a joke?" Facing these taunts, Bok Mak not only wasn't angry but instead secretly praised. Truly a group of lovely people. Van Koy stood beside looking at him thinking to herself, with his level 9 body refinement realm, yet still walking forward. Thinking of this, she became endlessly angry. Must know that I already feel some pressure here. Jealousy also increased by 1. Immediately after Van Koy tried to move forward with the thought, "No, how can I lose to a new entrant?" But only after a short time. Finally she also could not walk anymore. On this side, Bok Mak walked for a while and also began to stop. A bit tired already, cultivate here then? Immediately after, he knelt one knee into the water and felt a little satisfied. Those lovely ones before made my number of enlightenment uses reach 10, making someone originally not rich like me successfully step into the middle class. Today I will here break through the extreme body refinement realm. While speaking he sat down settling under that stream of water. Immediately, Bok Mak spoke, "System, use 1 enlightenment." But nothing happened around but instead was extremely quiet. Still not 2 enlightenments yet still cannot break through the extreme body refinement realm. His face drooped. This is even harder than the Yin-Yang Tower assessment. Not giving up he continued saying, "System, continue to use 1 enlightenment." This time, finally the water surface reacted. Everywhere emitted a strong aura. Bok Mak was endlessly pleased. Success already. I can feel my body strength at least doubled already. Taking advantage of momentum, he continued to channel inner force, striving to catch the opportunity. Continue. After a moment, Bok Mak still did not stop using the system. He spoke, "System, continue to use 1 enlightenment." And right at this moment, the system immediately notified his number of enlightenments had also been used up. Bok Mak regretted, "So fast already used up. I now am at level 16 body refinement." Yet he still was not satisfied. From the Great Perfection Extreme Body Refinement Realm level 18 still lacked 2 levels. Pity there were no more enlightenments. On the other side, Van Koy could not endure. Now her whole body trembled, her breathing also difficult. Looking at Bok Mak she was tired. This guy finally also stopped. If continuing further I surely cannot persist. As these words ended, jealousy also increased by 1 more point. At the same time, the system also notified. Bok Mak again received 1 more enlightenment, making him surprised. Looking at Van Koy he was endlessly joyful. Truly a lovely person, chasing to gift enlightenment uses to me. Immediately after receiving the points, Bok Mak immediately used them. System, use 1 enlightenment. As soon as he finished speaking, the water of the lake immediately surged, making Van Koy unable to help covering her face. Now he was completely satisfied, finally reaching level 17 body refinement realm. Seeing the situation before her, she could not believe it and shouted, "What? Level 17 body refinement realm?" Suddenly jealousy increased again. She could not understand. He was clearly only at level 9 body refinement realm, not yet entered extreme body refinement realm. How could he be so fast? On this side, the system also notified. He received jealousy from Van Koy and gained 2 more enlightenment uses. Unable to hide his joy, he immediately shouted teasingly, "Thanks for the assistance of Enhak's sister. Today I will here achieve great perfection extreme body refinement realm." Hearing these words, Van Koy was shocked and repeated those words, "Assistance." Without replying further, now tiny bubbles of water appeared around him. At the same time, above Bok Mak's head, a strange golden light appeared. Van Koy again was endlessly jealous. She just looked and knew. Extraordinary sign on the stone table. He really has reached great perfection extreme body refinement realm. He happily approached. "Enhak's sister, see my speed of cultivation. Am I not very talented?" Who would have expected? Van Koy gave him so much jealousy. Now she was silent without saying a word. Taking advantage of momentum, Bok Mak continued to tease, "Enhack sister, you must hurry and try your best. I just entered the realm not many days and already caught up with you." Hearing these words like a thunderclap, she continuously without pause felt jealousy with those provoking words. Bok Mak did not stop there and further casually said, "Senior sister, if you need, I can instruct you for free." Facing this arrogance, Van Koi ground her teeth in anger. Seeing the jealousy continuously accumulate, he did not hesitate to praise, "Enhack sister, you are really adorable." Now Van Koi looked at him so angrily she lost reason. "Bok Mak, just wait, I will not let you off." And of course jealousy increased by one more. On this side, Vuong Dang was still slowly walking on the water. Today I in Body Refinement Realm increased 3 successive levels, reaching level 12 Body Refinement Realm. He was endlessly proud. Ask, in St. Xuan sect, who is like me? Looking toward the 2 elders, Vuong Dang praised himself, even though Bok Mak increased to level 9 Body Refinement Realm. But after all has not entered Extreme Body Refinement Realm, he is still not equal to me. Sweat lightly fell on his face. Vuong Dang said happily, 2 elders of mountains and waters, I am done." The 2 mountain and water elders immediately turned their heads together and said in unison, "This is..." At this moment, Bok Mak had also returned. He stood behind Vuong Dang. He did not know of his presence and arrogantly spoke. The 2 mountain and water elders were also amazed by my speed of breaking realms, indeed at a loss for words. The 2 elders were startled and shouted together, "Is it true? Cannot believe it." Vuong Dang was endlessly proud. Arrogance could not be hidden on his face. "Of course it is true." Water Elder shouted, "Bok Mak, tell us that we did not see wrong." Hearing this name, Vuong Dang suddenly was startled and quickly turned back. "Bok Mak." At this moment he happily stepped forward and responded, "2 elders, you did not see wrong." Water Elder could not help but exclaim, "Great perfection, extreme body refinement realm." Heavens, Mountain Elder continued, "Just entering only level 3 body refinement realm when going in. Coming out at great perfection, extreme body refinement realm. This is unprecedented." Seeing him, Vuong Dang's whole body trembled. He could not believe his eyes. Extreme body refinement realm, great perfection. His body now felt sluggish, as if about to faint. Vuong Dang could no longer believe his ears. How could this be? And now Bok Mak, seeing his reaction, silently wondered, strange. Why did he not gain enlightenment uses? It should not be like this. Clutching his head, his confidence gradually burned away. "Vuong Dang, I really overestimated myself. Am I not worthy to stand shoulder to shoulder with him?" Bok Mak was secretly startled. Oh heavens, could it be because I insulted him too much? So he completely lost his goal of striving. His faith was directly destroyed by me. Seeing his opponent constantly clutching his head and questioning life, he silently told himself, "No, I have to make him cheer up." Immediately after, Bok Mak stepped forward and touched his shoulder. "Vuong Dang, junior brother, truly I dare not hide. The reason I broke through the realm so quickly is because I previously had a great opportunity to obtain a divine grade body refinement pill. Only then could I be unrestricted and ascend to extreme body refinement realm great perfection. Unexpectedly you have a lying ability like a god." Hearing this, Vuong Dang could calm down a little. He immediately asked, "Really?" He continued, "Of course it is true. Surely you can see, my talent is very ordinary." Very quickly he regained his composure. "Indeed, your talent is ordinary, but unexpectedly encountered such a chance to obtain a divine grade pill." Now jealousy increased again. He secretly annoyed. "Damn it, Vuong Dang, why did I not get it? Such a good chance is given to this ordinary Bok Mak." Immediately the system notified he received jealousy from Vuong Dang. Bok Mak was very pleased. Effective. Then looking straight at him, he said firmly, "Bok Mak, I, Vuong Dang, from birth have the talent of a great emperor. I will not lose to anyone." Pausing a moment and pointing at him, Vuong Dang continued, "Especially you, sooner or later I will surpass you. Just wait and see." Watching him turn away, Bok Mak was very satisfied. Very well. A good green onion must maintain its harvestable value for a long time. The scene shifts to the front courtyard. The crowd standing densely outside. The man continuously shouted, "Elder Thatch. This elder has been standing here for a long time. You still did not appear. Is this how you entertain guests?" And he himself is Saint Xuan sect, 7th elder. Thien Dat spoke, "Master, I see this elder Thatch wants to hide like a turtle. Even if he shouts his throat off, it is useless." Han Ther continued, "Exactly. His peers have all become old ancestors. He is still an elder, really embarrassing." Hiat Fong also supports, "Elder Thatch, you dare not go outside. Just send your disciples out." At the same time, from inside Elder Thatch finally came out. He spoke disdainfully, "7th elder, I do not care about you. Are you too confident?" 7th elder smiled slyly, "Elder Thatch, you finally come out." He could not help teasing, "I thought you were studying some immortal method and went mad." Elder Thatch, losing patience, spoke, "7th elder, if there is something, speak quickly, do not beat around the bush." Now 7th elder no longer spared him, "So I will speak directly. This place is one of the 12 ancestral peaks of Saint Xuan sect." Pointing at his fellow disciples, he said with full calculation, "The spiritual energy here is thick. You have been in this place for many years, right?" Hearing this, it was clear the other party meant no good. Elder Thatch frowned and asked, "So what?" Hearing this, 7th elder continued, "Therefore, this elder feels your virtue is not worthy of this place. I like this place." He spoke straight to his intention. "I want Elder Thatch to give up this place. What do you think?" Hearing this, the murderous aura on Elder Thatch rose thunderously. "He was so confident as to dare to beat me." Thien Dat smiled slyly and replied, "Of course my master will win. But today there is no need for my master to act. Disciples like us can do it." 7th elder then continued, "You and I are both elders. The greatest responsibility of an elder of the sect is to cultivate disciples." Before the crowd he challenged, "I heard you have accepted a very good disciple. Then let each of us take one disciple to decide the outcome. How about that?" Elder Thatch angrily waved his hand and replied, "This elder refuses." Hearing this, 7th elder continued to provoke him, "You dare not." Elder Thatch worried about his disciple and said, "Your disciple has been initiated 3 years now. My disciple has only just entered. Do you think I am a fool?" After saying that, uncontrollable rage showed on Elder Thatch's face. 7th elder continued smugly to stir him up. "Elder Thatch, initiation has no before or after. Strength is the weight. Unless you have no confidence in your disciple." Elder Thatch finally lost patience with these people. He prepared to turn his back and leave. Talking too much is useless. Invite them out. At the same time, Thien Dat stepped forward disdainfully and said, "Elder Thatch, my master's speaking that way is already being polite." Staring at him without any respect, "Disciples like us speak frankly." Pausing a bit, Thien Dat added, "If today you refuse to duel, want to hide like a turtle, then give up this ancestral peak." Then he pointed at Elder Thatch's face. "You are not worthy to occupy such a place with good cultivation." The 2 disciples heard this and were very pleased. They stood beside cheering, "Well said," receiving praise and support from fellow disciples. Thien Dat added, "The sect's great enterprise of 10,000 years has always relied on strength to speak." He rambled on, "Elder Thatch, you cultivate the immortal body, accomplished nothing. Now training disciples is also the same as you. Hiding your head is truly a joke for our Saint Xuan sect." The words of a junior carried full contempt. At this moment a voice rang out, startling him. "Make way a little." From afar, Bok Mak casually flew over and struck Thien Dat's face with a hard kick, causing him to dent. Seeing his disciple fall to the ground, 7th elder could not help but be astonished. "What?" Immediately after, standing before Elder Thatch, he respectfully bowed his head. "Master, we have returned." He was overjoyed. "Very good. It seems you harvested a lot." 7th elder vaunted, "Elder Thatch, your 2 disciples have come at the right time." He could not help but challenge. "Moreover, you struck first. Now you have no way to refuse the challenge." Bok Mak did not hold back and shouted loudly, "Refuse my ass, you all step up." Then he looked at his stubborn junior brother. "Vuong Dang, my junior brother has had the talent of a great emperor since childhood. He will certainly defeat all of you." Vuong Dang showed disdain and immediately shoved Bok Mak away. On this side, Thien Dat stood up and shouted, Vuong Dang is a person with the great emperor talent of the Vuong family. I have heard of you. I will teach you a lesson first. As he spoke, he quickly ran forward. But immediately Bok Mak launched an attack. He hit him sharply. Lying on the ground, Thien Dat was unwilling. You dare use a sneak attack again? Bok Mak stepped forward. Someone like you is not worthy to fight my junior brother. I will fight you. Then he looked at Vuong Dang. Junior brother, the remaining two are up to you. Although they do not like Bok Mak, in the end the two of them are still close fellow disciples. Seventh elder was annoyed. Shameless disciples. You all charge. Help them. Thien Dat was still unafraid. He said, perfect timing. Today I will cripple you. As his fist rushed forward, Bok Mak lightly caught it. Thien Dat shouted in alarm. What? Bok Mak disdainfully replied. Only this little force and momentum. Thien Dat's whole body trembled. I am already at level 11 of the extreme body stage. How can you block this? Bok Mak coldly looked at him. Relying on your little bug and still dare to boast against my master. Today I will teach you how to behave. As he spoke, he ruthlessly bent Thien Dat's arm down. Immediately after, Vuong Dang kicked strongly toward him, sending Thien Dat flying again. On this side, the remaining two disciples also aimed at Vuong Dang. Both charged at the same time. This strike of theirs, Vuong Dang could not react in time and was knocked back. Hiat Fong shouted, relying on just this strength of yours to dare call us to charge? Quickly take a stance. Vuong Dang breathed heavily and continued. I did not say anything. On this side, Thien Dat was miserable. He was pressed headfirst into the ground by Bok Mak, looking extremely pitiful, standing before an enemy cursing his master repeatedly. Bok Mak shouted, do you submit now? Pressed hard to the ground. He fearfully replied, I submit. And now Thien Dat's face was swollen. On this side, Hiat Fong was extremely proud. With your time since initiation, reaching level 12 of the extreme body stage is truly extraordinary. Pausing a moment, the two separated from each other. He continued, but the two of us are both above level 14 of the extreme body stage. What can you use to fight us? Han Ther showed impatience and continued. Talking is useless. Senior brother, deal with him. Then both quickly moved toward Vuong Dang. He was immediately surrounded. The two launched attacks, but Vuong Dang's movements were extremely agile. He flipped and dodged repeatedly. Han Ther's fist was thrown. If not dodged in time, it could have hit him sharply in the face. Of course he was not left alone. Vuong Dang then flew up and lightly kicked Han Ther in the head. From behind, Hiat Fong quickly charged at incredible speed. His fist aimed directly at the center of Vuong Dang, but fortunately he was able to block it. Unlike Han Ther, Hiat Fong reacted faster. He then used his left hand to punch Vuong Dang strongly in the chest. Seeing him fly back, Hiat Fong admired, somewhat skilled. Under our combined attack, he was still able to injure me. Han Ther looked at Vuong Dang without accepting. Give you a few more years, afraid that you again will be a peerless monster of Fan Hien sect. Even though being beaten until corner of mouth bleeding. But Vuong Dang still showed a proud smile, then quickly stood up. Hiat Fong quickly went over. Today must cripple you completely. Forever cut off future trouble. But right after, when they intended to strike, Thien Dat face deformed fainted was thrown before. Bok Mak like demon calmly stepped forward. This one crippled already. Change for me another one. Both surprised together shouted loudly. He actually defeated junior brother. Looking at Vuong Dang, he continued, Junior brother, you rest first. These two let me handle. Hearing this, Han Ther angry gnashed teeth, boasting shameless. Go. He calmly stood there, himself directly channeled internal force, used move Lion Gu Duok Long Kin. Immediately a dragon from inside his body appeared. It aimed at opponent ferociously like want to protect master. Han Ther just looked over, immediately recognized. He sweated, true dragon king body. Hearing this name, Hiat Fong also suddenly stopped. Pride disappeared. Of course not let them proud long. Bok Mak directly flew over, shouted loudly, take move. Seeing two lying on ground after only one strike, he scornfully mocked, too weak. Looking at them, Bok Mak again said, trash like you also worthy come this place seek sense exist. Trying endure pain together with anger. Hanther pointed straight at him. You. But just finished speaking, he immediately fell down ground. Bok Mak looked over Vuongdang. Junior brother, these two too weak. Just now you still not use full strength, right? Yet now his jealousy again increased. Seeing only disciple of his, Elder Thatch could not help surprised. He could not stop exclaim, extreme body stage great perfection. Immediately after Elder Thatch proudly laughed loud. Not ashamed be good disciple of mine. Hyatt Fong not accept, clearly just disciple newly entered sect. Why he reached extreme body stage great perfection. Seventh Elder looked toward his disciples. He could not stop directly scold, useless bunch. Seeing them more and more useless before eyes, Seventh Elder blamed, already entered sect 3 years still not trained to extreme body stage great perfection. Immediately after he went ahead held anger spoke to injured disciples of his, we go. But seemed Elder Thatch not want let pass, he growled loud, stop. Looking toward Seventh Elder he continued, I have allow you go yet. The man arrogantly, not allow me go. Elder Thatch, you still want duel one match with me. Earlier because afraid disciple of his be troubled, but now Elder Thatch like tiger grow wings, he could not endure more directly rushed up. Just like that Elder Thatch not spare immediately threw out one punch straight face Seventh Elder. This force looked extremely gentle, yet made Seventh Elder fly far away. Looking at him being blown away like that, the disciples fearfully rushed over. Master. Both disciples immediately lifted Seventh Elder up. It can be said now he and his followers all were defeated. It seemed like this strike was too much for Seventh Elder. Now he just like that spat blood. Seventh Elder startled shouted, you why are so strong? Elder Thatch proud, because I originally already strong like that. That year even qualification to carry slippers for me, you also did not have. Arrogant conceited thing. Then looked over his disciple he continued, very good, both of you progressed rapidly. Especially Bok Mak already went to highest level of body refining stage. These words carried 10 parts pride. Elder Thatch did not spare praise, equal with Holy Founder who established Than Hyen sect that year. That year Holy Founder also only in one day reached body refining extreme stage great perfection. Bok Mak then said, Master, next should I step into Divine Bridge stage or not? Elder Thatch calmly replied, no hurry, 7 days later, there is one opportunity waiting for you to compete. He introduced, only cultivators body refining stage can participate in this opportunity. Vuongdang happy on face, opportunity. Unless the opportunity master said is Killen's secret realm 50 years one time. Elder Thatch again said, correct, Killen's secret realm can be said strongest secret realm that our Hyen sect responsible manage. Also secret realm most valuable, every 50 years activate one time. Only cultivator's body refining stage can step in. He told that inside has countless treasures precious of heaven and earth, especially Killen Divine Bridge that Killen Supreme left. But Bok Mak could not help surprised he asked again, Killen Divine Bridge, that is what? According to his words, that is one ancient secret information, related to cultivation realm. Divine Bridge stage spreading now exactly is by Killen Supreme that year created. Bok Mak showed extremely curious, create Divine Bridge stage, cultivation realm still can be created. Elder Thatch again said, cultivation realm of us originally not unchanging, in archaic era, method and cultivation realm of cultivators, then very different compared with now. He patiently told, that year, Killen Supreme with posture of blue sky opened method of cultivation of Divine Bridge stage. Made cultivation after body refining simple and achieve high efficiency. Gradually cultivating Divine Bridge, communicating with heaven and earth became method must cultivate of every cultivator. Vuongdang also added, it is said, Killen Supreme finally left his Divine Bridge. According to his knowledge, then this exactly is Killen Divine Bridge. This matter could it be true? Elder Thatch again said, perhaps true, that time in last years encountered misfortune. Supreme aura leaked outside. Formed Killen's secret realm, before disappearing left this Killen Divine Bridge. He suddenly fell into contemplation. But so many years passed. Finally still no one could obtain that Killen Divine Bridge. Vuongdang already extremely excited. Master, we when set out. Elder Thatch replied, no hurry, Killen's secret realm activate this time feared many people covet secretly, especially our Than Hyen sect gradually declining. He carefully warned more information. Other three great holy lands stare like hungry wolves, secretly watching afraid others seize first. These days, as teacher make some protective items for you. While speaking Elder Thatch also worried. Time just like that passed quickly already arrived, 3 days later. Now, both people at same time sat meditating in cultivation room. Suddenly at this moment, a great tremor rang out making Vuongdang startled. What sound is that? On this side Elder Thatch laughed loudly. Treasured blade not yet old. Treasured blade not yet old. Holding the sword in hand, now it continuously emitted a brilliant golden light. Elder Thatch pointed the sword straight to the sky. From above thunder immediately struck down. Vuongdang was endlessly surprised, but he quickly realized, evoking heavenly tribulation. This is a holy weapon. Looking again at his two disciples, Elder Thatch said, Two disciples, how do you feel about this blade? Vuongdang excitedly stood up straight. Treasured blade, holy weapon, incomparably precious. Weapon of this level. My Vuong family also only has 2 pieces. He secretly delighted. I have always dreamed of obtaining a holy weapon. Could it be today is about to come true? Elder Thatch recounted. This blade in those years was my personal companion blade. When your teacher was young also once used this blade to defeat countless prodigies of the same rank. But since your teacher began cultivating heavenly body, this blade was sealed by me and kept in the underground flame vein. According to his words, it was daily tempered by earth fire. Now its power is even greater than before. Elder Thatch stroked the treasure in his hand. Still remember a few days ago, your teacher once said wanted to make some protective items for you. Vuongdang continued, of course remember, Master. You intend to gift this blade too. After that Elder Thatch threw it over to him. Bok Mak, your teacher will pass this moon-slashing blade to you. By reflex, he immediately raised his hand to catch that long sword. Could not help but stroke it. Bok Mak could not help but praise in satisfaction. Good blade. Vuongdang anxiously asked again. Master, you gave senior brother a holy weapon. What about me? As if he had not prepared anything for him. This question just spoken Elder Thatch immediately hesitated. After that he said again, you have your senior brother to protect you is enough. Next time your teacher has another weapon we'll leave it for you. At this moment, a part of sadness flooded in together with jealousy. And of course Bok Mak again received that jealousy. He even mocked, Junior brother don't be sad. I can lend you the moon-slashing blade to play with for 2 hours. Vuongdang angrily could not stop. He turned his back pouting replying, I don't care, yet the jealousy increased. Bok Mak secretly delighted, my foolish junior brother, you are really too adorable. Immediately after that Elder Thatch went ahead leading the way. All right, you follow me. A moment later, he had led his 2 disciples to a deserted mountain. In front of everyone now, 2 enormous furnaces were standing there. Bok Mak surprised, he immediately asked Elder Thatch, Master, what is this? Pointing to that thing he said again, this is medicinal liquid your teacher prepared for you. Go inside. Hearing these 2 words he was extremely surprised and could not help but ask again, medicinal liquid. Elder Thatch explained, these 2 cauldrons are the capital that your teacher has accumulated over many years. According to him, using 108 types of extremely precious spiritual herbs refined into, it has the effect of enhancing divine sense. Hearing this Vuongdang immediately became excited. Enhancing divine sense. Could this be the legendary divine liquid? Elder Thatch did not deny. Right after that he replied, that's right, it is the divine liquid. Elder Thatch stepped forward praising, Vuongdang, you truly live up to being a great imperial family, extraordinary knowledge, and this made him endlessly proud. Looking again at that cauldron, he continued, divine liquid can enhance divine sense. Cultivation and body in fact are the easiest part to increase. Elder Thatch provided more knowledge. In cultivation, the hardest thing to enhance is divine sense. Once enhanced, The benefit is extremely great for later. Vuongdang secretly greedy, even if not obtaining holy weapon. Being able to soak in divine liquid is also a great fortune. He felt he had been very wise with the thought. Such wonderful benefit. Truly, I did not choose the wrong master. Activating inner force. From the hand of Elder Thatch appeared a blue flame. Then he looked at his two disciples. You two go inside. He was endlessly excited. Just waiting for this, Vuongdang quickly ran toward that cauldron. But before going far, Elder Thatch quickly spoke loudly, stopping him. Vuongdang. Pointing to the other cauldron, he said to him, yours is that one. Vuongdang could not help being surprised. He curiously asked again, is there any difference? Elder Thatch did not hide. Of course there is difference. Your divine liquid is the 1,000-year type. Your senior brother's is the 10,000-year type. Not thinking that Master would actually be so partial, Vuongdang gnashed his teeth in anger. Jealousy also thereby increased again. The next day, the flame in that cauldron still kept burning faintly. Looking at his two disciples, Elder Thatch curiously stepped forward to ask, how do you feel? Vuongdang delightedly replied, mind clear, seems to see farther, hear more clearly. Hearing this result, he was satisfied, stroking the beard on his face. Very good. This proves your divine sense is growing. Once a supreme left a few words, since ancient times to achieve the position of supreme. Looking at Vuongdang, Elder Thatch said again, at the final moment, the strength of divine sense is extremely important. Looking again at his senior disciple who said nothing, Elder Thatch cared more. Bokmak, how about you? He casually smiled brightly, then replied to his master shortly, me too. But in fact he was secretly thinking, I basically did not feel any change. This is truly the real gap in aptitude between me and Vuongdang. Elder Thatch continued, until now no one could cultivate it successfully, because this cultivation method, if not cultivated to perfection, all cultivation before is useless. He looked at Vuongdang, instructing, only attaining perfection can make the divine emperor scripture enhance consciousness. This is also the reason why the ancient divine emperor Chao publicized the divine emperor scripture. Not stopping there, Elder Thatch patiently explained more carefully, letting people freely read. The main purpose is to gather the strength of the prodigies under heaven, to see if they can comprehend the divine emperor scripture or not. Bokmak at this time finally spoke more than one sentence. Master, I feel the divine emperor scripture is very suitable for me. Elder Thatch seemed satisfied. He asked him again, are you sure? This cultivation method your teacher once comprehended when young, truly extremely difficult. According to him, it is even harder than the chaos scripture of the chaos holy land by several degrees. Moreover, the process can be extremely painful. Even though he heard it like that, and himself also did not feel anything, but he still cheerfully replied, I want to try. After that, Elder Thatch immediately continued, then I will pass the divine emperor scripture to you too. But Vuongdang showed integrity. He immediately refused. Master, no need to pass to me. Cultivation method, if not successful, what use is it? Vuongdang suddenly became unexpectedly good. This thing to me is just trash. Passing only to senior brother is enough. Right after that, Elder Thatch immediately circulated inner force, took out a yellow book emitting radiance. The sky had no wind, but the book continuously flipped pages in front of Bokmak. He stared attentively, endlessly delighted. Those characters seemed to be shot outside. Elder Thatch after that again said to him, whether can comprehend or not depends on your fate. On this side Vuongdang showed clear contempt. He could not bear but said, wasting time only. Just like that, but Bokmak already sat inside comprehending that book for 3 days. Sitting in that cauldron, his eyebrows furrowed together, continuing to say, system, continue to use one more chance of enlightenment. Now Bokmak opened wide his eyes. His body could not help but twitch up. Head felt sharp pain as if someone was hitting. He could not help but hold his head, shouting once. Bokmak's body involuntarily trembled. He tried to strain himself. These days I have used 6 times chance of enlightenment. Every time after using head hurt to the point of wanting to explode. After that, relaxing himself, he was tired. This divine emperor scripture really not something for people to cultivate, suffering too much. Divine sense seemed to be continuously crushing, tearing apart. Beside this, Vuongdang looked at the opponent in pain, feeling endlessly proud, bringing suffering upon oneself. He breathed a sigh of relief, satisfied with present. One more day, my divine liquid will complete absorbing entirely. Looking at himself, Vuongdang full of anticipation. My divine sense also will obtain multiplied growth. On this side, Bok Mak seemingly wanted to faint. He could not help but exclaim, "Divine Emperor Scripture too hard to cultivate, even though I am a cheater." Sweat poured out in streams. Now he just realized, it still is this difficult. No wonder until now no one succeeded. But of course he also did not give up. System, continue to use one more chance of enlightenment. That page of book seemed to want to stuff full his brain. Bok Mak wanted to go crazy, continuously holding his head. Now, although drenched in sweat, but Bok Mak still endlessly satisfied. Finally also had movement already. Not giving up, he continued to say, gaining momentum to charge forward. System, continue to use one more chance of enlightenment. Immediately, that book poured entirely into Bok Mak's head, as if wanting to squeeze until last drop. Immediately, after it already completed mission, then quickly disappeared. And finally Elder Thatch also immediately appeared, seemed like he felt something. Looking at his great disciple, Elder Thatch could not help but exclaim, "Managed already." At this moment, from inside his body appeared a dragon, but now it had blazing red color. Bok Mak, sweating, tried to endure to complete this secret scripture. So it turned out that was not a dragon. From within his body, a fire phoenix immediately soared up into the sky. At the same time, Bai Mo's body revealed a pair of brilliant wings, looking no different from a reborn phoenix. After that, he then soared up together with the newly grown wings. Standing below watching him, Elder She could not help but be startled in astonishment. This is the divine phoenix body. Now finally he also understood. I understand now. To cultivate the divine phoenix scripture, first one must awaken the divine phoenix body. Today Bai Mo has successfully cultivated both the divine phoenix scripture and the divine phoenix body. This is a peerless aptitude. Yet Wang Dang could not possibly understand. He did not believe his own eyes. How could this be? On this side, the people standing on the mountain discovered a strange golden light. Elder Shui could not hold back from asking, "Sect Master, is it again?" The commotion from Elder Shi's side. Elder Shan continued, "A few days ago on Elder Shi's side there was the disturbance of the true dragon aura. Today again, it is the divine phoenix aura." Hearing his teammates speak, Elder Shui was endlessly astonished. It seems Bai Mo's aptitude is even stronger than the previous estimation. The Holy Lord could not but admit, Elder Shi has accepted an excellent disciple. Perhaps it is not impossible that later Bai Mo can help Elder Shi take another step forward in the immortal realm. Elder Shan continued, "Immortal body. That is far too difficult." Elder Shui also guessed, "It seems impossible. No matter how monstrous Bai Mo is, he cannot." On this side, after growing those wings, he again returned to the medicine cauldron and began unceasingly absorbing. After a while, Bai Mo suppressed the pain. He opened his eyes wide, gritting his teeth to endure. After a while, from his body burst forth a great energy, striking fiercely at the mountain in front. Seeing this scene, Bai Mo was endlessly delighted. He cried out, "Succeeded." Elder Shi joyfully laughed loudly, "Good disciple. The divine phoenix body belongs to the strongest king body of the fire attribute. Unexpectedly, you truly cultivated it." After that he continued, "In just a few short days you have been able to cultivate both the divine phoenix body and the true dragon king body. As your teacher indeed, I did not misjudge you." Then worrying for his senior disciple, he asked, "Bai Mo, how do you feel now?" Brimming with energy, he immediately answered, "I feel my divine sense is shining bright. I can clearly see every branch and blade of grass around." Elder She speculated, "The thread of divine sense. This is a phenomenon that only occurs when the divine sense reaches an extremely high level." "Good, very good." He happily rejoiced. "Perhaps the immortal body truly is on your person." On this side, Wang Dang was endlessly jealous. "Master, I also want to learn the Divine Phoenix Scripture. Bai Mo teased, "Junior brother, just now you clearly said the Divine Phoenix Scripture was trash." Wang Dang irritably retorted, "What's it to you? Jealousy is also an increase of one." But elder, she did not refuse. He quickly agreed, "Good, you have changed your mind. Then as your teacher I will transmit it to you." And time continued until 5 days later. Now Wang Dang seemed like a dried corpse. He staggered forward with lifeless eyes. Seeing the opponent so miserable like this, yet Bai Mo still did not let go. He walked alongside casually asking, "Junior brother, how is your cultivation?" The face of Wang Dang clearly showed exhaustion. He was pale and sweating. He still did not give up and immediately ran in front of him, asking that Junior, "I think with Junior brother's aptitude, surely you have already successfully cultivated the Divine Phoenix Scripture, right?" Wang Dang was burning with anger. "I have not slept or rested for 5 days and 5 nights to study the Divine Phoenix Scripture, yet there has not been the slightest progress." He was endlessly irritated, hateful. How could Bai Mo do it? At this moment, the point of jealousy was again added. The two of them, just like that, did not speak any more words to each other. At the same time, elder, she appeared. As soon as he looked, he immediately said, "Today calling you here is because the Killin's secret realm is about to open. You should set out now." Right after that, from the large gate, a red bird quickly flew in. Its aura was incomparably frightening. This bird had just landed, then a violent gale immediately arose. This bird was the spirit bird. As soon as it saw elder, it immediately spoke, "Master." After that he turned and said to it, "These two are the disciples I have just accepted. Today you bring them to the Killin's secret realm. At the same time protect them thoroughly." The spirit bird, as soon as it heard elder Shi's words, immediately answered, "Yes." And then he turned to instruct his 2 disciples. "This spirit bird is my mount, also my companion." Elder, she recounted, "It has followed me campaigning north and south for many years. Having it escort you makes me at ease." And at this time, the 2 of them rode on the back of the spirit bird, flying deep into the high mountains. Bai Mo respectfully said to it, "Bird uncle, you and master, how did you become acquainted?" The spirit bird also happily replied, "I contended for martial king and failed, expelled from the divine nest. At that time I was hunted down. It was the old master who saved me." Bai Mo could not help but be surprised. "Old master? Is master already very old? I see he looks very young." The spirit bird again said, "Actually the old master has already many years. The important thing is the realm of the old master has been stagnant without any way to break through." Speaking of this, it felt somewhat sorrowful. Those of the same generation with the old master have all become ancestors, naturally not needing to worry about lifespan. But the old master? He was endlessly astonished. What does that mean? The lifespan of master is not much left. The spirit bird again continued, "These years the master has consumed too much mind and potential. If in the immortal body still cannot have a breakthrough, afraid that..." Wang Dang also added, "The outside world has always spread rumors that master, because of the immortal body, wasted heaven-defying aptitude. Unexpected that master, because of the immortal body, has had to sacrifice so much." Bai Mo, hearing this, also felt somewhat distressed for his master. He immediately asked, "Is there any way?" The spirit bird's voice trembled as if wanting to cry, "No way. Only when the old master himself has advancement in the immortal body can his lifespan be extended." At the same time Wang Dang also spoke. "After all, the immortal body, ultimately what is it? In this world, the strongest constitution, but also the most mysterious constitution." But knowing that it itself could not reveal too much, the spirit bird refused to answer. "This matter, you two should ask the old master yourselves." In a moment they had already gone very far. 2 hours later, the spirit bird brought the 2 to an incomparably wondrous place. Its large wings spread wide in the sky. The spirit bird immediately said, "Arrived." And immediately, it landed below. Underneath there was even a village and people living. Yun Kai and Lai Mu had already been standing there for a long time. The spirit bird's eyes coldly stared straight ahead. After that it again said, each time the Killen's secret realm opens, it will surely be a sea accompanied by bloody wind and rain. According to the spirit bird, after entering, opportunity although important, but more important is to protect life, remember well. Immediately Bai Mo spoke to the spirit bird, bird uncle, don't worry. Lai Mu darkened his face, Bai Mo has also come, just right. Taking this opportunity, I will end the grievance with him. After that he walked over, Bai Mo, last time you refused my challenge, this time after entering the secret realm, let us see if you can still escape. He showed clear disdain, then again said to him, stupid. Bai Mo again looked at the spirit bird, bird uncle. I heard that there are also disciples of all their holy lands who will mix in. Is that right? It also agreed with his suspicion. Very possible. Some holy lands have space-time type treasures, able to tear apart space, but only at the chance when the Killen's secret realm opens to enter. After that it could not help but warn. The disciples mixing in from those holy lands are often quite strong, must be extremely careful. At this time a young man stepped forward respectfully saying, fellow junior brothers and sisters, no need to be so polite. Bai Mo hearing this then revealed a meaningful smile. 8 years to finally reach great perfection. After that he pulled Wang Dang's hand happily saying, junior brother, quickly tell these people how awesome our senior and junior brothers are. He disdainfully immediately shook of Bai Mo's hand, bluntly replying, scram. Of course Bai Mo did not care, but suddenly from that gate there again sounded a loud noise. And just like that, finally the 2 doors also slowly opened. Everyone was in uproar. Opened. The Killen's secret realm finally opened. At this time a strong light then spread over. The 3 people Bai Mo stood silently waiting. Looking at the large pit opened from the sky, everyone was alarmed. This is what happened. The spirit bird explained, it is the aura when space is torn apart. Another holy land borrowing a space treasure has stepped into the Killen's secret realm. The crowd again continuously clamored, hateful, to actually squeeze into our sacred profound sect's secret realm. Think we are easy to bully, go inside and deal with them all. At this time a figure approached Lan Ren, still hoping senior brother Lan will preside over the overall situation. After that, everyone left their positions moving forward. The person behind Lan Ren again said, whoever breaks into the secret realm, all are challenging the sacred profound sect. This matter absolutely cannot be overlooked. Those 2 were endlessly proud. Good, senior brother Lan. You say what should be done. We will listen to you. Senior brother Lan, you lead. Lan Ren disdainful. Since it is so, then Lan cannot decline. Everyone enter together. Listen to my command. After that he again said, this is the sacred profound sect's home ground. Those thieves sneaking inside cannot be allowed to run wild. Bai Mo was endlessly scornful. This fool is still continuing to talk, delaying the time to enter, not afraid good things will be snatched away. As soon as the words ended, from the sky a carriage flew past, making Bai Mo pay attention. As soon as it landed everyone marveled aloud. It is senior brother Lan. Once again the crowd immediately shouted in unison, pay respects to senior brother Lan. It was said senior brother Lan waited for the Killen's secret realm to open for 8 years. In these 8 years he suppressed his cultivation. They ceaselessly babbled, cultivating body refinement extreme stage tempering to great perfection. Also the only disciple of the sacred profound sect to reach body refinement great perfection. And so the 3 leading figures respectfully, after entering the secret realm, hoped senior brother Lan would take more care of us juniors. Right after that, both brothers Bai Mo and Wang Dang together stepped in, regardless of the lamb person who was looking after them. On this side, Lai Mu was arrogant. Lai Mu, I do not listen to anyone giving orders. After saying that, in the end, he arrogantly stepped inside the teleportation door, followed by Wen Kai. The person walking beside him who kept nagging was Cheng Zhu. Now he spoke, Lam senior brother. These 4 really do not understand the big situation. Lam Ren, with a dark face, quickly asked for ID entities. These 4 are who? The other person self-proclaimed as Lucia. He continued, Lam senior brother, except PT for Enhak Wen Kai. The other three are new disciples who just passed the assessment this time. Hearing this, Lam Ren could not hide the disdain on his face. He sneered, turns out they are just 3 kids. Meanwhile, Bai Mo and Wang Dang had also entered. Inside this secret realm was a very lush forest. Bai Mo took the initiative to step forward. He walked closer to the large tree in front of him, slowly observing. Looking at everything around, he was surprised. This place is the Kirin's secret realm. How could it be an independent space full of vitality? Wang Dang quickly replied, I heard that secret realm spaces are places where those supreme cultivators who reached transcendent during the ancient era left behind. Each secret realm is unique. According to Wang Dang's understanding, only super large forces can truly control. Rather than saying that this Kirin secret realm belongs to our Shang Xuan sect, he explained clearly, it is better to say that the opening of it just happens to be in the Shang Xuan sect's territory. Shang Xuan sect cannot truly control the Kirin secret realm. Raising his index finger, Bai Mo could not help but praise. Junior brother really knows a lot. How about we act together from now on? But it seemed like he still hadn't opened his heart to him. Wang Dang showed disdain and directly turned away. Bai Mo, amused, shouted loudly, Junior brother, where are you going? He turned back and calmly replied, Fierce beasts all go alone, only sheep and cattle go in herds. Wang Dang then continued, inside the secret realm, everyone has their own opportunities. I want to act alone. Bai Mo, on the contrary, was not angry. Forget it. Even chives need to grow. Just let junior brother grow strong. But I still need to find a new chive to pluck a little. As soon as he finished, Wen Kai entered. As soon as she saw him, she immediately showed a look of contempt. But Bai Mo didn't care. On the contrary, he took the initiative. Enhak's senior sister. Seeing her glance over, Bai Mo smiled brightly, then raised his hand and waved in a very friendly manner. Drawing her sword, she maliciously thought, coming at the perfect time, let's solve him here. Quickly realizing her intention, Bai Mo smiled and said, Senior sister, junior brother has no bad intentions. I came to ask for your help. Why are you using a weapon? But without saying anything else, Wen Kai charged forward with an overwhelming aura. Bai Mo quickly dodged. Furthermore, he also shouted loudly, Oh no, where did I offend you, senior sister? Bai Mo was secretly puzzled. From the first meeting, Enhak Van Koi had a deep enmity with him. What was the cause? She, with a face full of hatred, shouted loudly, If you want to blame, then blame that you are the son of the demon seed. Bok Mak secretly frowned, asking himself, because of that father not of the same bloodline of mine. Right after that he clenched his fist, then gently struck. The sword unexpectedly instantly shattered. Seeing this scene, Van Koi opened her mouth wide in astonishment. She could not endure and had to cry out, Body refinement, extreme realm, great perfection. Bok Mak, looking at the girl excited in front of him, then said, Enhak senior sister, although you entered the sect a few years earlier than me, but I as the later generation am formidable. Staring straight into her eyes, Bok Mak spoke clearly each word, am an invincible genius. You cannot surpass me. Jealousy increased one more. Van Koi angrily cursed inside. Hateful. Why is his talent so strong? After that, Bok Mak without hesitation stepped forward, asking, Enhak senior sister, how do you think? Form a team together. How about it? Showing a cunning smile, she secretly planned, Forget it. Together is also good. Find a chance to kill him. And so the two became reluctant teammates of each other. A moment later, right when going deeper, Bok Mak immediately looked at the flower tree in front. It was continuously emitting a cool light. Just glancing over, he was surprised and could not help asking immediately, What is that? Without hiding, Van Koi directly answered, It is Quang Lam Xiang, a kind of spirit herb that can make a cultivator's appearance youthful, the body full of fragrance. According to her knowledge, the rank of this spirit herb is not high, but it is extremely rare. It is something that many female cultivators wish for day and night. After saying that, Van Koi quickly flew onto the high cliff where that flower was growing. I will pick it. But at the same time, from nowhere a stranger rushed out and moreover attacked Van Koi without mercy. After both landed together, that one stared at her eyes carrying intense killing intent. Hao Duong arrogantly said. Quang Lam Xiang is not something that you want to take, then you take. Finishing his words, he immediately flew up high, the target being that flower. Van Koi angrily could not stop. Hateful. But Bok Mak had never let others take advantage before. Just like that, he flew up, stepping hard on Hao Duong's face once. After this attack, he then fell sprawled on the ground. His face also became swollen. Quickly standing up, Hao Duong immediately shouted loudly in anger. Who, holding the flower in his hand, he could not help but marvel. Worthy of the name Quang Lam Xiang. The fragrance is truly pleasant. At this moment, a beautiful girl from nowhere appeared. Senior brother, I want Quang Lam Xiang. That girl named Hanan Gayat looked at Bok Mak full of killing intent. This one actually dared to snatch Quang Lam Xiang from me. Senior brother, snatch it back from me. Van Koi, upon seeing, immediately recognized. She angrily shouted, Chu Van, you also came to the Killin's secret realm. Chu Van unceremoniously loudly said. Enhak Van Koi, seeing senior brother Chu and still not saluting, he pointed at Bok Mak again, asking, the one above is the person together with you. Quickly tell him to bring Quang Lam Xiang and give it to senior brother. Quickly landing near Van Koi, he curiously asked her, Chu Van, who is this? Van Koi quickly replied, Chu Van is a senior brother who entered the sect even earlier than me. He was also a famous genius back then. She angrily added, I thought he had broken through the realm long ago. Unexpectedly, he also silently waited for the Killin's secret realm to open. Right after that, Van Koi loudly said, seize the item. Chu Van, Quang Lam Xiang was discovered by me first. Hanan Gayat, with ulterior motives, hearing this, immediately cooed, senior brother, quickly snatch it back for me. Seeing it not persuasive enough, Hanan Gayat cast a coquettish glance. After using Quang Lam Xiang, my whole body will emit a gentle fragrance, and can serve senior brother better. Hearing the beauty's words, Chu Van shouted loudly, who discovered it first is not important. The important thing is that now it is mine. Seeing him so unreasonable, Van Koi was endlessly angry. Chu Van, do not be excessive. Chu Van smiled cunningly. Enhak Van Koi, this is the Killin's secret realm. Do not think because your master is the first elder you can scold me. He raised his tone to threaten. Do you believe if I kill you now no one would know? Van Koi's anger flared, but of course she would not yield. You think I fear your threats? Chu Van impatiently immediately mobilized inner strength. It seems you still do not submit. The two thus charged at each other. Two auras releasing were also extremely strong. After all, they are senior and junior sisters. Van Koi was one part weaker than Chu Van. On the very first move, she was knocked away. Falling down, Van Koi struggled to keep balance and tried to withstand the opponent. Van Koi frowned in anger. Tiger King body, you actually have awakened this special constitution. Chu Van, seeing this, was extremely smug, finally impressed. Right? Van Koi then turned to Bai Mo. She unwillingly shouted, give it to him. Chu Van, holding the beauty, coldly said, having acquired Quang Lam Xiang, let us go. Seeing his comrade win, Hao Duong smugly looked at Bai Mo. Brat, come here. He slapped his palms together. Dared to ambush me. Now kneel down and apologize to me. I may consider it. But contrary to his thoughts, he showed no deference and casually flicked his hand, causing Hao Duong to fly far away. Chu Van only had time to look back. Hao Duong was sprawled on the ground, unable to get up. He held his face, then glared at him. Brat, you are surely dead. Ashamed to anger, Hao Duong unwillingly unleashed a kick, charging forward. Today I will kill you. Saying nothing more, Bai Mo thus swung his leg and stomped straight into him. On this side, Chu Van felt humiliated. He raised his voice. You dare hit my man? Bai Mo looked at the opponent indifferently and replied, I can even hit you. Do you believe it? It seemed at this moment Van Koi was a little worried. After all, he had helped vent her anger. Van Koi then called out, Bai Mo. But immediately murderous intent rose, and she secretly smiled. Leave it. No need to remind Bai Mo. Let him provoke Chu Van. When he is beaten to death by Chu Van, it will suit my purpose. Hanan Gayat, standing beside, provocatively kept egging on. Senior brother, this one is too arrogant. Glancing at him, Hanan Gayat said with amusement, Brother, quickly make him kneel down and apologize to you. I want to see his kneeling and begging posture. Chu Van still kept an arrogant attitude. He loudly said to Bai Mo, heard that, crawl over here and kneel down to apologize. Bok Mak looked at him. He calmly said again, call father. Chu Van for the moment did not understand what he meant. He stayed silent for a while. Seeing the others still did not understand, he explained, call me father, I will spare you. Hearing these arrogant words, Chu Van was displeased. He clenched his fist, then charged forward. Go die. Facing those attacks, Bok Mak just calmly raised his hand to block once. Yet this one move made Chu Van unable to endure and retreat several steps. He was astonished unceasingly. Extreme shadow body, great perfection. No wonder so boastful. Unfortunately, you have met me. As he spoke, Chu Van summoned his power. He was also very proud of this attack of his, so he just like that rushed forward while shouting loudly, Tiger King body. But of course he would not yield. Bok Mak circulated his inner force and a green dragon appeared. Once again, the two fists directly collided with each other. Right when being struck flying by him, this time Chu Van could not help but be astonished with mouth wide open, true Dragon King body. But just as he finished speaking, he could not endure and spat out a large mouthful of blood. Himself powerless, Chu Van then collapsed toward a big tree nearby. On this side, the jealousy of Van Koi immediately rose. She secretly fumed. Bok Mak not only reached extreme body great perfection, but even has true Dragon King body. Without any pity, now he approached Han and Gaiet. Just now you told me to kneel down and lick right. She began to act flirtatiously. This junior brother is truly handsome and dashing, romantic and elegant. I was only joking just now. Beginning to make a seductive face, Han and Gaiet still same bad habit. If you are willing, whatever you want to do to me is fine. But instead of agreeing to her, Bok Mak calmly struck over a strong slap, then coldly said, kneel down, call father. She of course could not withstand this force. She quickly knelt down. Her face was swollen. Knowing he was not someone easy to provoke, Han and Gaiet had no choice but to loudly shout, father. Somehow at this moment, the gaze of Van Koi at him also softened a bit. After finishing, Bok Mak brought that flower over and ceaselessly sighed. Senior sister Nhak, this Quang Lam fragrance is really fragrant. She happily used gentle eyes to say to him, junior brother, this Quang Lam fragrance has not much benefit to men, you can. But Bok Mak immediately cut off that flower. Senior sister, rest assured, although I will not use it, but I will keep it carefully. The jealousy rose once again. Van Koi secretly angry to trembling. Hateful, he took it already. But unable to hide her fondness, Van Koi again continued to speak. Junior brother, to not hide from you. Pausing a bit, she asked him, I want this Quang Lam fragrance. How much money I buy? But even though she lowered herself, Bok Mak still calmly refused. Not selling, Van Koi angrily. Knowing that she could not persuade him, Van Koi angrily turned around and left. Bok Mak immediately called after, senior sister, wait for me. This Quang Lam fragrance is really very fragrant. I can let you borrow to smell. Van Koi was so angry that she did not know what to do and loudly said, if you keep following me, I will bite you. And now the jealousy also continued to rise. Bok Mak exhaled boring. I somewhat miss junior brother already. Junior brother would not bite people just because displeased. Just like that the two continued together forward. After a while, suddenly, Vuong Dang was struck falling to the ground, rolling out before them. Van Koi, startled, stepped back. Seeing him in such a miserable state, he also was a little surprised and then spoke, junior brother. Vuong Dang seemed fearful. He immediately sat up and stepped back several steps. Bok Mak again asked, what happened? On this side, the group of Lai Muk had quickly chased up. He loudly shouted, stop. Just seeing him, he immediately acted cheerful. Bok Mak, you also are here. Just right, can capture all your senior and junior brothers. Bok Mak did not care and again asked Vuong Dang, junior brother, how come you cannot even beat these trash? Looking over at him, he muttered, if you have the guts, then go fight them. Lai Muk now again shouted, Vuong Dang, hand over the treasure medicine. Young Lord Hao gives you all a chance to admit wrong. Hearing this, Bok Mak immediately curious, treasure medicine. Right after he happily asked, Junior brother, you found treasure medicine already? Vuong Dang also did not hide. Of course, Vuong Dang from small had deep good fortune. He quickly took out that item. This is Dragon Spirit Herb, the strongest treasure medicine of Divine Bridge Realm, inside this Killin's secret realm. Vuong Dang explained, judging by preciousness and rarity, it is only after Quang Lam fragrance that all female cultivators day and night long for. This made him secretly extremely proud. These days together with Bok Mak, I have endured many grievances. This chance surely will make Bok Mak extremely admire me. Taking out the thing in his hand, he again said, Junior brother, the Quang Lam fragrance you mentioned, is this one right? Vuong Dang astonished to the point of shouting, What? You actually have Quang Lam fragrance? He immediately put it away again, while could not help but tease, Seems my good fortune is even deeper than Junior brother's right. These words also successfully gathered for him another point of jealousy. Lai Muk smiled brightly, Bok Mak, unexpected you also gave me a big gift. Finishing his words, he coldly pointed toward him, Men, rob them for my young lord. Bok Mak quickly blocked before Vuong Dang, Junior brother, you cannot beat this trash, then stand aside and watch your senior brother teach them. Just putting away the item in his hand, Vuong Dang angrily tattled, lying, if not for this shameless Lai Muk bringing a saint weapon of Marquis Lord Champion, how could I Vuong Dang not be his opponent? Bok Mak calmly, he cracked his knuckles then slowly walked forward, not knowing his own strength. Right after, one kick sent flying continuously knocking down 3-4 men following Lai Muk. Seeing his men in just one move sprawled out on the ground, he was somewhat astonished. But through his power, Lai Muk immediately realized, body extreme realm great perfection. He was jealous unceasingly, clearly just a cultivator aptitude ordinary, based on what that can reach body extreme realm great perfection. Based on what that young marquis I cannot do, but you can, saying then Lai Muk clenched tightly fist then rushed up. But standing before attack this, Bok Mak just calmly put out fist to block. It seems like this guy stronger than two people just now. Bok Mak just like that was forced back several steps. But Bok Mak still not afraid, on the contrary, he even more complacent. Received jealousy of Lai Muk, gained one more sudden enlightenment. Seems like this Lai Muk also is one item good. Lai Muk now angry unceasingly, not play with you anymore. Originally I only intended take treasure medicine of you. Now seems like I will have to take always even lives of you already. He raised hand up flaunting, Saint Ring Ice Fire. This is Saint Weapon of Champion Marquis Mansion I. Fire can burn all things. Immediately after that Lai Muk shouted loudly, Accept fate go, I will burn you into ashes. Just like that, he just finished speaking then one great flame immediately surrounded take body of him. Seeing flame this attack Bok Mak, Vuong Dang not endure but somewhat fearful, flame strong too. Lai Muk like crazy, Bok Mak, you show off one moment then how, mortal like you only worthy be stone stepping foot on path young marquis, I step up peak only. Waving hand one, he calmly after that then said, Is it so? He just finished speaking. Also is when flame there gradually disappeared like never existed. Lai Muk just looked then immediately open mouth astonished. What? You? Nothing wrong. Seeing him still safe, he continuously frowned said loudly, Impossible. Not stopping at that Lai Muk immediately circulated inner force stronger. Saint Ring Ice Fire, burn him for me. Seeing flame that he complacent unceasingly, this time see you have dead or not. But once again, thanks fire bird of himself that Bok Mak already successfully dissolved attack that. Just looked then immediately recognized, this is God Emperor body, you unexpectedly have God Emperor body on person. Bok Mak now still calmly, he after that asked him, surprised not yet. Immediately when he just finished speaking, Green Dragon quickly ferociously rushed toward side of Lai Muk. Immediately after that one explosion loud resounded, tore apart air quiet. Lai Muk although can dodge, But self he also was injured not light. Spit out one mouthful blood, Limuk again astonished more. True Dragon King body. You unexpectedly have both physiques special. Bok Mak disdainfully replied, admire huh? This exactly is difference between supreme prodigy and genius ordinary. Again gained one jealousy. Limuk pretended calmly smiled disdainful. Complacent what? God Emperor body indeed not fear fire attack. But don't forget Saint Ring Ice fire this of me still have attribute ice. Paused one little he again said continue. Moreover attribute ice is mysterious ice deep in heart of earth. Attack force surpass far attribute fire. Immediately after that, attribute ice there immediately surrounded take body of Bok Mak. Body. Immediately, he was surrounded by that freezing. Now Bok Mak was no different from inside a cold egg. Limuk laughed complacently unceasingly. The difference between heavenly prodigy and genius. For me there is only the difference between the living and the dead. But right after that smile, he had circulated internal force making that ice block shatter. And this made them unable to anticipate. Limuk darkened face not believing his eyes. Not stopping there, he continued to shoot out sharp ice bodies. Earth abyss mysterious ice. Freeze him to death for me. Bok Mak also immediately struck back. God Emperor Sutra. Earth vein mysterious fire. Just like that, Limuk was beaten to the point of falling sprawling spitting a mouthful of fresh blood. He fell flat on the ground, even not having the chance to block. Limuk trembled. God Emperor Sutra. You have cultivated successfully the God Emperor Sutra that no one cultivated successfully. How can you do it? Bok Mak calmly answered, the world of heavenly prodigies you cannot understand. The jealousy continued to increase. He was angry, hateful. Why this guy spoke such provocative words? Vuong Deng standing far away also startled. The kind of saint weapon like ice fire Saint Ring also could not defeat Bok Mak. Indeed he was very strong. I must try harder. Immediately after that he calmly demanded, hand over the ice fire Saint Ring here. Limuk was so angry he trembled. Impossible. This is the supreme treasure of Champion Marquis Mansion. But before he could say more, he again was slapped strongly making Limuk once more plunge headfirst to the ground. Now, he quickly realized the situation and immediately removed that ring. Bringing the item before him, he then said, for you, stop hitting. Of course it was impossible to refuse such a good item. Bok Mak immediately received it, then ordered to drive the man away. Get lost. Before leaving Limuk still said, Bok Mak, you better keep well the saint weapon of Champion Marquis Mansion me. 3 months later I definitely will personally take it back. He calmly answered, I wait for you. Based on my aptitude, 3 months later my strength also increases faster than you. Limuk angrily ran away quickly, hateful. His jealousy also increased a bit more. Vuong Deng, now immediately worried, stepped forward. This time Limuk brought the saint weapon like the ice fire Saint Ring into the Killin's secret realm. A bit abnormal, you just let him go like that. He looked at the ring calmly said, for the sake of him giving me some benefit, spared him one life. Immediately Bok Mak again looked at him, Junior brother you are a bit not right already. Vuong Deng frowned seriously asked back him, what not right? Bok Mak came closer, you actively came to talk to me. He inwardly uneasy calculated, the important thing is I defeated Limuk. He completely not jealous, even I took the ice fire Saint Ring. He also no reaction, Junior brother is he brainwashed by me already? But replying, Vuong Deng just turned away then threw back to him the words, lunatic. Still not seeing gain 1 point jealousy. Bok Mak kept pacing muttering, Junior brother, just now when I hit Limuk was I cool, just now was I formidable. Seeing the other not say anything he again continued to tease, is it that you admire me a lot? Seeing his technique about to succeed, Bok Mak still did not give up. You look see is this ice fire holy ring very beautiful, and the anger point of Vuong Deng also already rose to the extreme. He again persistently, now I have 2 holy artifacts already. Finally then Vuong Deng also could not endure any more immediately cursed around. When he turned away finally, then he also got an extra 1 jealousy point. Bok Mak satisfied endlessly. Like that is right, junior brother. Do not forget you are the villain. How can be whitewashed? At the same time, over there in the forest, a strong green light beam shone straight into the sky. Vuong Dang looked over, could not help but be startled. Killen Divine Bridge manifested already. Just like that, both immediately soared flying toward the source of that power. Just arriving at the place, he already discovered two people lying flat on the ground. The two brothers then descended. The purpose was to see why they were like this. Vuong Dang also immediately recognized all were disciples of my Fan Hien sect. Moreover, all were already killed. Who could act so cruel? At the same time, a shrill scream rang out. From afar, someone ran over. Save me. Vuong Dang quickly looked over. It turned out no one else but the old enemy, Lai Ho. His whole body full of blood, Lai Ho in distress collapsed down, mouth ceaselessly crying, "Save me." At the same time, a sword from behind shot straight toward Lai Ho. Right after that, his fresh blood immediately flowed out. Seeing Lai Ho slowly fall down to the ground, Vuong Dang, startled, shouted, "Three great holy lands." Before dying, Lai Ho trembling said, "Join together, attack, are hunting the people of our Fan Hien sect." Hearing this, Vuong Dang could not help but be shocked. He could not restrain but shouted, "What?" Bok Mak continued, "Not only attacking one holy land, even attacked 3 other holy lands already." After that, a loud voice again rang out, "Discovered 2 more." That group of people came over. Not only that, but also caught Van Koi. Vuong Dang nervous. Are people of Han Don Holy Land? They already caught Nhak Van Koi. That girl named Man Nhi, she disdainfully again said, "Since ancient times Han Don Holy Land and Fan Hien sect irreconcilable. Now you have 2 choices." Pausing a bit, eyes with contempt glanced over, "Either be killed by us, or offer up treasures, kneel down, beg for mercy." She loudly laughed, continuously ridiculing. Fan Hien sect truly ridiculous. 4 great holy lands, only Fan Hien sect has no prestige. After that, Man Nhi looked toward him. "I guess certainly you will choose kneel down, beg for mercy." Bok Mak, seeing this scene, instead calmly, "Senior Sister Nhak, are you all right?" As for Van Koi, then could not help but worry. She loudly shouted, warning, "You quickly choose." Van Koi continued, "We originally cannot cope with the people of Han Don Holy Land. Quickly go out, report to sect master." But among them one said, "Can you escape?" Finished speaking, he was already punched by Bok Mak, one painful blow straight to the face. Man Nhi spoke, "Has some skill. Perhaps you are the strongest person of Fan Hien sect already." Van Koi loudly explained, "This woman is a disciple with talent ranked top 20 of Han Don Holy Land, invincible." Facing this situation, and he still could joke. "Unexpectedly, Senior Sister Nhak even care about me like this? I thought you wanted to eliminate me." Van Koi annoyed, "Damn it, who care about you? I care about the sect, not reporting to the sect." Van Koi fearfully said to him, "All the disciples of the Sacred Void sect will be surrounded and killed by the 3 great sacred lands." Bok Mak contemptuously said, "Do you want to be killed by me? Or would you prefer to offer your treasures and kneel down to beg for mercy?" Van Koi sneered, thinking that just because Bok Mak was considered powerful in the Sacred Void sect, he could defeat the people of the Chaos Sacred Land. She then smiled craftily and walked away, saying, "If you die here, it will be as if I've completed my lifelong ambition." She swung the whip towards him, and Man Nhi screamed in fury, "You arrogant!" But immediately, Bok Mak easily tightened his grip on the whip. Man Nhi couldn't believe it. "What? My diamond whip, you can't block it." Meanwhile, the divine bird was still standing guard outside the secret realm, silently observing the situation inside. In front, the 3 elders finally arrived, seemingly unable to contain their nervousness. The divine bird, upon seeing Elder Thatch, stood up straight and respectfully said, "Master, you've arrived." Elder Thatch replied, "After receiving your message, we came immediately." "What is the situation now?" The divine bird reported, "It has been confirmed that another sacred land is using spatial artifacts to enter the Kai Land secret realm. No one has exited yet, and we don't know which sacred land they belong to. Elder Thai also guessed, it must be the Chaos Sacred Land. Since ancient times, they've been at odds with us. They don't want our Sacred Void sect to possess the Kai Land Divine Bow. Elder Sun spoke up. I hope the disciples of our Sacred Void sect live up to expectations and can suppress the disciples of the Chaos Sacred Land. At that moment, a loud explosion rang out, and a cloud of dust rose, attracting everyone's attention. Elder Sun and Elder Thai silently looked at each other, all of them tense. From afar, Elder Trin walked out of the explosion, his face looking grim. Elder Thai was surprised, and both of them couldn't help but exclaim, Elder Trin of the Chaos Sacred Land. Elder Trin then arrogantly said, Isn't that Elder Thatch? Long time no see. How is your research going? Elder Thatch frowned and asked, Elder Trin, what's the meaning of your Chaos Sacred Land entering the Kai Land secret realm of our Sacred Void sect? Elder Trin arrogantly replied, a divine artifact like the Kai Land Divine Bow is only worthy of being possessed by true heavenly talents. He mocked loudly, your Sacred Void sect hasn't had a heavenly talent in a long time. You are not worthy of possessing the Kai Land Divine Bow. Elder Sun also spoke loudly in indignation. You're forcing your way onto our Sacred Void sect's territory and provoking us. Do you think we won't kill you now? Elder Trin gathered his internal energy and threatened, the prestige of the Sacred Void sect is too great. Let's see who dares to do anything. From behind Elder Trin, Elder Lu and Elder Cow also appeared. These were his fellow disciples. Elder Sun and Elder Thai were surprised. The elders of the Blue Dragon Sacred Land and the 10,000 Immortals Sacred Land. The elders of the 3 sacred lands have come. Elder Thatch immediately became vigilant and coldly said to them, Blue Dragon Sacred Land, 10,000 Immortals Sacred Land, what do you intend? On this side, the 3 men looked down from above and said, the Kai Land Divine Bow has appeared, such an important opportunity, of course. The Blue Dragon Sacred Land cannot miss it. He was Elder Cow, standing before Elder Thatch. Elder Cow continued, the 10,000 Immortals Sacred Land also does not want to miss it. Elder Sun was startled upon hearing this, meaning not only the disciples of the Chaos Sacred Land sneaked into the Kai Land secret realm, but also the disciples of the Blue Dragon Sacred Land and the 10,000 Immortals Sacred Land. Elder Thai was also surprised. The 3 great sacred lands have united to enter. The disciples of the Sacred Void sect have no chance of winning. Meanwhile, the tough girl named Man Nhi had been kicked high by Bok Mak. Now, those people were completely beaten and lying on the ground. Of course, they could not get up. Man Nhi couldn't hold back and screamed, Hateful! Are you really a disciple of the Sacred Void sect? She looked at him and began to provoke. When did the disciples of the Sacred Void sect become so powerful? Behind her, Man Nhi secretly hid a talisman. Bok Mak cracked his knuckles, then said, To let you die clearly, remember my name, Bok Mak. Of course, Man Nhi was unwilling. She gathered her internal energy and continued to struggle, using a spatial talisman. Man Nhi then disappeared, but her voice still echoed, Bok Mak, I remember you. Just wait, sooner or later I will kill you. He stared ahead and sighed. She runs fast, but, Bok Mak said, then stroked his chin, calculating, this time the other 3 great sacred lands have entered the Kai Land secret realm. Next there will be people to fight. The divine bird, hearing this, couldn't help but be startled. This is too dangerous. The 3 great sacred lands have united and infiltrated. It turned to Elder Thatch with worry and said, the disciples of the Sacred Void sect have no chance of winning. I hope Bok Mak and Vuong Dang can safely make it out. Elder Trin, hearing this, immediately laughed contemptuously, safely making it out. That's just wishful thinking. Right after that, he couldn't resist boasting, honestly, my direct disciple, Tran Man Nhi, has also entered the secret realm. The disciples of the Sacred Void sect will be defeated. Elder Sun was furious behind him, hateful. Don't look down on the disciples of our Sacred Void sect. Elder Trin immediately continued, It's not that I look down on you, but your Sacred Void sect is truly weak. He began brainwashing them. Think about it. How long has it been since your Sacred Void sect had a super talent? These years, your Sacred Void sect is nothing. It's hard enough to have one Elder Thatch who is still cultivating, but he's wasted it. Truly ridiculous. As soon as Elder Thatch heard this, his face darkened. But just after those words, Man NHI was thrown hard onto the ground, causing the three elders to be startled. Elder Trin was the most surprised. He had just boasted about his prized disciple, and now she was lying on the ground, unable to believe it. Elder Thatch responded, Tran Man NHI. Quickly land, Elder Trin hurriedly asked her, what happened? Why are you out here? Man NHI, covered in injuries and with blood in her mouth, weakly said, Master, disciple, was defeated by the disciple of the Sacred Void sect. Upon hearing this, Elder Trin couldn't help but shout, what? On this side, the two elders Sun and Thigh happily laughed, clutching their stomachs, mocking, just said that and got slapped in the face. The clown is you. Elder Trin couldn't believe it, defeated by a disciple of the Sacred Void sect. How could this be? Your talent is ranked in the top 20 of the Chaos Sacred Land. Man NHI reported, that person's name is Bok Mak. Next time I will personally kill him. Elder Thatch was pleased. Elder Trin, who said our Sacred Void sect has no super talents. My disciple Bok Mak is a super talent. Provoked like this, Man NHI was furious and immediately retorted, what are you so proud of? Elder Trin continued, my senior brother Tran Hyen Ba is still inside. If Bok Mak encounters him, even a finger from my senior brother can kill him. He coldly threatened, Elder Thatch, Man NHI's cultivation is still shallow. Tran Hyen Ba has a special constitution. Not stopping there, Elder Trin added, he is in the top 10 of our Chaos Sacred Land. I wonder how long your disciple can survive. Up above, Elder Lu continued, Sacred Void sect rejoices too early. This time the Blue Dragon Sacred Land has a super talent inside. Elder Cow also added, the 10,000 Immortals Sacred Land is the same, no matter who finally obtains the Kai Land Divine Bow. It certainly won't be the Sacred Void sect. Inside, Vuong Dang quickly came over to untie Van Koi. Now they were temporarily safe from the pursuit of those people. Bok Mak quickly looked at her, trying to take advantage. Su Tai, was I impressive just now? Are you starting to admire me? Since this incident, Van Koi's attitude had softened a bit. She casually replied, you think too much. Then, Van Koi couldn't help but feel worried and said, the situation is dangerous now. We must report to the sect. In this situation, Bok Mak remained calm. He immediately replied, if you want to go, you can go. I'm not going. Van Koi couldn't hold back and asked, Bok Mak, do you really think you can fight against the three great sacred lands? She then continued, let me tell you, that is overestimating yourself. The strength of the three great sacred lands is much higher than the Sacred Void sect. Bok Mak answered, I don't know the strength of the three great sacred lands, but I know that going out to report to the sect now would be useless. Vuong Dang also added, only cultivators below the Divine Bow realm can enter the Kai Land secret realm, even if the sect knows. After a pause, he continued, they cannot solve the problems in the Kai Land secret realm. Bok Mak, upon hearing this, looked at Vuong Dang and immediately asked, Sude, do you think so? He turned his face and loudly said, Vuong Dang, I'm not afraid of anyone. What's so great about the three great sacred lands? At most we fight one battle. Bok Mak gave a thumbs up and teased, well said. I like people like you who have no real strength but always look full of energy. Vuong Dang frowned. He stared at his annoying senior brother. Seeing that no one agreed with him, Van Koi walked away in frustration. Knowing it's impossible yet still doing it, I think this is foolish. She couldn't help but continue, the Sacred Void sect has no chance of winning against any single sacred land, let alone facing the three great sacred lands at the same time. Bok Mak, hearing this, curiously asked for her opinion, so, what is Su Tai's decision? Van Koi walked leisurely and said, of course I choose to leave, this is the wisest choice. Before leaving, Van Koi didn't forget to mock him one more time. Bok Mak, if you die here, I would be very happy. Bok Mak then called out to Van Koi. He shouted loudly, Su Tai. She turned around and proudly asked him, what's wrong? Are you regretting it? Want to leave now? But unexpectedly, at this moment, Bok Mak suddenly became serious. I want to ask, why do you hold such deep hatred for me? Hearing these words, Van Koi suddenly became silent. She glanced at him, not knowing how to explain. Quickly walking away to ease the awkward atmosphere, she casually replied, we'll talk after you survive and get out. And at this moment, only Bok Mak and Vuong Dang remained. Both continued to go deeper into the secret realm. Looking ahead, Vuong Dang speculated, this is probably the central area of the Kailan secret realm. The aura of the Kailan divine bow is coming from the gorge ahead. At the same time, a group of people surrounded them, and as soon as they saw him, they shouted loudly, who are you two? One of them immediately recognized him. It's Vuong Dang and Bok Mak, disciples of our sacred void sect. As they spoke, the crowd started talking excitedly. They went alone and weren't killed by the three great sacred lands. Hearing this, Vuong Dang became curious and asked, what's the situation here? One of the young men said, the situation is very critical. The remaining disciples of our sacred void sect have gathered here. Now everyone has made Lam Su Hein the leader to fight against the people of the three great sacred lands. At the same time, Lam Enhan also stepped forward. Bok Mak, Vuong Dang, both of you are rising talents. Most of the people from the three great sacred lands have already gone deeper into the gorge. He sincerely continued, to seize the Kailan divine bow. Our sacred void sect can only unite if we want any hope of winning. Bok Mak, hearing this, found it interesting and immediately asked, unite, how? Lam Enhan then immediately answered, join us, everyone follows my arrangements. Now we can't obtain the Kailan divine bow anymore. He continued, but we can still fight for the Kailan elixir, a divine item of the Kailan. At this moment, Bok Mak, impatient, immediately spoke up. Wait. Curious, he asked again, does Lam Su Hein mean to gather everyone and follow your arrangements instead of going for the Kailan divine bow? Lam Enhan replied, of course not. The three great sacred lands, how strong do you think they are? We can't beat them. He laid out his calculation. The best thing now is to fight for the Kailan elixir. There's still some hope. Vuong Dang, standing aside, directly refused, I'm used to fighting alone. I don't like following other people's arrangements. Bok Mak also casually replied, it's not that I don't want to join, but I want to seize the Kailan divine bow. Hearing this, Lam Enhan's group seemed to hear something very strange. They then laughed loudly and pointed at Bok Mak. What did he say? He said he wants to seize the Kailan divine bow. Bok Mak, are you joking? Lam Enhan disdainfully said, really a young calf who doesn't fear the tiger. Doesn't he know how weak he is? Then he looked at him mockingly. Bok Mak, do you think the three great sacred lands are so simple? Right now, we can barely protect ourselves. Don't even think about the Kailan divine bow. Bok Mak frowned and replied, the three great sacred lands killed the disciples of our sacred void sect, took our treasures. I understand your fear. His voice carried some force. Bok Mak said firmly, but they've already come to bully us at our doorstep. I can't swallow this humiliation. Bok Mak cannot let them off. On the other side, Vuong Dang, hearing Bok Mak's reasoning, also replied, Vuong Dang feels the same. Lam Enhan knew he couldn't convince the two of them, so he stopped speaking. Ridiculous, anyone can brag. Perhaps you've never met the people from the three great sacred lands. His face turned dark, he didn't know their strength at all, and those who don't know aren't afraid. Bok Mak casually replied, I don't know many disciples from the sacred void sect. Lai Ho is one of them. Just now, he honestly recounted, I saw him being killed by people from the chaos sacred land with my own eyes. After a pause, Bok Mak continued, although I defeated Tran Man Nhi or whatever her name was, it wasn't enough. They must pay a higher price. Everyone was amazed. What? Bok Mak defeated Tran Man Nhi? She's a heavenly talent from the chaos sacred land. Lam Enhan then laughed mockingly. You're really saying something ridiculous. Tran Man Nhi is ranked in the top 20 in the Chaos Sacred Land. What do you have to defeat her? To answer his own laughter, he explained, it's not that I look down on you. You're a new disciple. Do you think you can block even one of my hands? Lam and Han then walked up to him and challenged, Bok Mak, if you want to go to your death, that's your business. But if you want to stay here and deceive everyone, don't blame me for not being polite. Bok Mak didn't want to argue with him. He immediately replied, forget it. Everyone has their own goals. Saying that, he turned to place his hand on Vuong Dang's shoulder and said, Su distro kletter 1EC7, let's go. The two hadn't even walked away when a loud voice stopped them. Wait! From the crowd, Truong Da spoke up. People from the Blue Dragon Sacred Land killed my junior sister. I won't be at peace unless I kill someone from the Blue Dragon Sacred Land. He looked at Bok Mak with great momentum. If someone leads, I'll follow you. Lam and Han immediately yelled, Truong Da, what are you doing? Go back. The crowd began to stir. I'll go too. Being blocked and killed at the door makes me very uncomfortable. This event has shaken my determination. Some people were angry. I'll go kill one or two from the 3 great sacred lands to release my anger. At the same time, all the people following Lam and Han cheered. Me, and me too. Suddenly, no one stood with him. He was frustrated and speechless. You guys, Bok Mak couldn't help but praise. Well done. The Sacred Void sect still has some backbone. Immediately, he quickly walked ahead, leading the way, then said to everyone, let's go. Tiu Veen shouted, Bok Mak, this is someone who doesn't know his own limits. Min Kai followed along, competing for the Kai Land Divine Bow with the 2 great sacred lands. You won't know when you'll die. You're leading everyone to their deaths. Tiu Veen shouted, don't follow Bok Mak to your death. He doesn't know his own limits. Why are you all so excited? Feeling that he could no longer sway the crowd, Lam and Han spoke up to stop them. Forget it. He muttered to himself, even the King of Hell would find it hard to stop the ghost from killing. Let them fend for themselves. And so, Lam and Han's group watched as Bok Mak's group left. Then he said to the 3 teammates, let's go in. Lam and Han maliciously thought, with Bok Mak's group going ahead, we can reduce some of the losses. Just a moment later, someone stood in front of them. Tian Ian laughed loudly. Stop. They were full of momentum, looking at Bok Mak with great pride. Truong Da spoke up. Bok Mak, these are disciples from the Blue Dragon Sacred Land. My junior sister was killed by them. Tian Ian disdainfully said, the useless disciples of the Sacred Void sect. You don't run and still dare to come here. Have you all lost your minds? Upon hearing the identities of those people, Bok Mak coldly spoke one word, kill. On this side, Vuong Dang and the others immediately rushed forward upon hearing his command, shouting loudly, kill. Lam and Han, standing at a distance, assessed the situation. These people, Bok Mak and his group, truly didn't know their own strength. Although the disciples from the Blue Dragon Sacred Land in front of them were not top-tier heavenly talents, the man beside him was smug, but everyone had extraordinary strength, far surpassing theirs. Moreover, they had more people than them. Rushing in would only mean going to their deaths. On this side, Tian Ian also rushed forward with great momentum. You brat, still daring to charge forward. I will fulfill your wish. Immediately, the two clashed fiercely, their fists continuously releasing fiery sparks. Tian Ian was knocked back. He was thrown onto the ground with one blow and couldn't react in time. Soon after, he stood up groggily, his whole body in intense pain. Tian Ian, standing up and holding his painful arm, couldn't believe it and shouted loudly, "How could this be? Who are you?" Bok Mak grinned slyly and then said to him, "Remember clearly, I am Bok Mak from the Sacred Void sect, sending you to the Western Heaven." After speaking, Bok Mak immediately flew toward him, delivering a merciless kick straight to his chest. Tian Ian couldn't withstand it and spat out a mouthful of blood. Tian Ian was shocked. Soon after, his whole body became limp, and his arm seemed to have been broken. A moment later, blood was everywhere, and it seemed that Bok Mak's group was gaining the upper hand. There were still some injuries, but compared to the enemy, Bok Mak's side was far better. Vuong Dang, looking around, joyfully shouted in surprise, "We won!" Truong Da, holding his severed arm, knelt weakly on the ground. "Junior sister, I've finally avenged you. I've finally killed those beasts." With the momentum already on his side, Bok Mak pressed on, shouting orders to everyone, "Continue moving forward." Truong Da, holding his arm, said, "I'm seriously injured. I have no strength left. Take care of yourselves." Lam En Han was extremely surprised. How could this be? They've killed the disciples of the Blue Dragon's sacred land. He remained silent for a moment, then spoke. Luckily, they encountered some weak disciples. He watched the situation and then smugly confirmed, "They won't be so lucky next time." On this side, Elder Thatch and the others were still standing still, waiting for the outcome from inside the secret realm. He anxiously looked at Elder Thai and asked, "What's the situation? Why hasn't anyone come out yet?" Elder Trin walked over at the same time, arrogantly speaking to Elder Thatch. "Can't you see? There's only one possibility. The people from the Sacred Void sect have all been killed." As he spoke, he was visibly pleased. The divine bird remained silent, but it quietly looked ahead, then chirped, "Someone's coming out." At the same time, Van Koi walked out, and Elder Thai anxiously called out, "It's Enhak Van Koi, disciple of the first elder." Elder Thatch, looking worried, stepped forward and asked, "Enhak Van Koi, what's the situation inside?" Man Nhi quickly stepped forward to report, "Master, this is the person who was captured by the disciples before. Unfortunately, he was saved by that person Bok Mak." After speaking, Man Nhi looked at him with disdain. "But now she's out. Maybe Bok Mak will come out soon too." Van Koi didn't pay attention to them. She quickly stepped forward to report, "The situation inside is very bad. We are fundamentally no match for the three great sacred lands." Elder Thatch, worried, quickly interrupted and asked, "Where are Bok Mak and Vuong Dang?" Van Koi quickly and briefly reported, "They went to compete for the Kailan Divine Bow with the three great sacred lands." Hearing this, Elder Sun and Elder Thai were both shocked and exclaimed in unison, "What?" Van Koi remained silent and said, "I advised Bok Mak, but he wouldn't listen. Now, it's probably more bad than good for them." Man Nhi then spoke with amusement, "This Bok Mak is really interesting. He even went to die himself." She glared at him with contempt and then added, "I look forward to hearing that he was killed." Elder Cow also sneered, "Courage without skill. This kind of behavior is foolish." Elder Thatch couldn't hide his worry. He looked toward the teleportation door to observe and said, "Someone's coming out." On the other side, the person coming out was Truong Da, limping with his injured arm. Elder Sun and Elder Thai rushed forward, supporting him, and once they recognized him, they said, "He's a disciple of our Sacred Void sect." Elder Thai anxiously asked, "What's the situation now?" Although seriously injured, Truong Da was extremely happy. He reported, "Elder, Bok Mak led 7 disciples of the Sacred Void sect and killed 13 disciples of the Blue Dragon's sacred land." Not believing his ears, Elder Sun and Elder Thai were shocked and shouted in disbelief, "What?" Elder Thai quickly stepped forward and immediately asked again, "Say it again." Truong Da excitedly repeated, "Bok Mak led 7 disciples of the Sacred Void sect and killed 13 disciples of the Blue Dragon's sacred land. We won." Elder Thai joyfully laughed loudly. "Well done, truly worthy of being my disciple. Great job." Elder Cow couldn't believe it. "No way, the Sacred Void sect is weaker than the Blue Dragon's sacred land. Moreover, 7 versus 13. This is absolutely impossible." Truong Da scoffed and sneered, "Impossible. Bok Mak alone has already killed more than half of the Blue Dragon's sacred land's disciples." Man Nhi sneered. She challenged back, "Killing ordinary disciples is nothing impressive. I still stand by what I said. Wait until this Bok Mak meets a real heavenly talent from a sacred land." After a pause, Man Nhi continued, "For example, my senior brother Tran Hyen Ba. He'll be dead for sure." Elder Trin also felt more at ease. Indeed, there's no need to worry about the Blue Dragon's sacred land elders. He spoke, "I've heard that the prodigy Duong Thien Coat from the Blue Dragon's sacred land has also entered the secret realm. Once Duong Thien Coat kills this brat, it will be fine. Immediately, Elder Thatch continued to worry and pressed. Where are Bok Mak and the others now? Truong Da replied, Bok Mak is leading the others to the location where the Kai Lan Divine Bow will appear. Bok Mak's goal is to seize the Kai Lan Divine Bow. Elder Lu grinned with a wicked smile. This is ridiculous. Elder Lu appeared and immediately spoke arrogantly. Too arrogant, thinking that defeating a few disciples of the sacred lands. The crowd murmured continuously, thinking they could eye the Kai Lan Divine Bow. Aren't the disciples of the Sacred Void sect overestimating themselves? Elder Thatch could not hold back and spoke. Elder of the 10,000 Immortals' sacred land, stop beating around the bush, just wait and see the result. Hearing this, Elder Lu laughed smugly. Fine, then I'll wait for the news that your disciple Bok Mak has been killed. Although he said this, Elder Thatch was still very worried. Bok Mak, if you can't win, get out quickly. He muttered to himself, you must survive. The Kai Lan Divine Bow is good, but life is more important. Inside, Bok Mak's group walked ahead and saw a figure sitting on the rock wall. The person sitting there was Duong Thien Coat from the Blue Dragon Sacred Land. Vuong Dang introduced him. The person in front is from the Blue Dragon Sacred Land. This person's momentum is very strong, far superior to those we met before. Han Lam looked over and couldn't help but be surprised. That's the soul herb, an ultimate treasure that enhances the 5 elements. Looks like he's waiting for the soul herb to mature. As soon as Thien Coat saw them, his face darkened, and he shouted, you mongrels, get lost. Vuong Dang, upon seeing him, sneered coldly, quite the big mouth. But as he was about to move forward, a loud voice called out, Vuong Dang, Su Distro Kletter 1 EC7. Wait. Lam Enhan stepped forward and said, this is Duong Thien Coat, one of the 10 greatest heavenly talents of the Blue Dragon Sacred Land. His strength is immense. Lam Enhan was pleased with himself. You are no match for him. Leave it to me to handle. I'll clear the way for you. Vuong Dang, upon hearing this, immediately frowned and asked, you handle it. Without saying another word, Lam Enhan rushed forward. Duong Thien Coat, there are 32 of us from the Sacred Void sect here. Hand over the soul herb and leave quickly. I can spare your life. Han Lam couldn't hold back his anger and spoke. Shameless, Lam Suhain, you're clearly relying on your numbers. He looked at Lam Enhan with dissatisfaction, trying to seize the soul herb and talking like that. Thien Coat didn't understand how they could be so arrogant. He kept threatening them with harsh words, looking for death. After that, Thien Coat immediately gathered his inner strength and charged straight toward Lam Enhan. The two clashed, exchanging punches and kicks, with smoke and dust filling the air. After a long while, the rocks exploded, and both were thrown far apart. Lam Enhan, now fearful, looked at his opponent and shouted, too strong. Thien Coat stood with his sword, looking at Lam Enhan with disdain and said loudly, get lost. Lam Enhan was furious. He gritted his teeth and yelled, Duong Thien Coat, stop being arrogant. He then spoke to his fellow disciples from his sect. Let's charge together. Thien Coat remained calm. So what if there are more of you? You're just a bunch of small fries. Lam Enhan, hearing this, became even more agitated. He roared, charge, surround and kill him. Thien Coat quickly attacked Lam Enhan, mocking him loudly, as expected. The Sacred Void sect is just a pile of trash. If I weren't worried about the noise affecting the growth of the soul herb, all of you would be dead by now. Just one strike from me and Lam Enhan was sent flying. Everyone was now heavily injured, and murmurs rose up. Hateful, underestimated Duong Thien Coat. Is this really the heavenly talent of the Blue Dragon Sacred Land? Too strong? Tu Vien, holding his arm and trembling, felt powerless. He was clearly no match for him. On this side, Bok Mak finally moved, preparing to rush forward. Now it's our turn to act. At the same time, the flowers on the ground slowly began to bloom, releasing a fragrant scent. Thien Coat, upon seeing this, became excited. The soul herb has matured. He quickly bent down to pick the flower, and at the same time, a loud voice rang out, stop! Suddenly hearing someone stopping him, Thien Coat was surprised. He stood there in a daze. Huh? Bok Mak and his group advanced. You trash from the Blue Dragon's sacred land. The soul herb belongs to me. Looking at Thien Coat, Bok Mak calmly said, get lost, or I'll break your arm. Thien Coat couldn't believe his ears and looked at Bok Mak in confusion. What did you say? Bok Mak frowned, coldly said, I said, get lost. Thien Coat gathered his internal strength and immediately rushed toward Bok Mak. Brat, you're looking for death. Lam Enhan looked on smugly. At this point, Bok Mak still dares to show off. He really doesn't know how he's going to die. Thien Coat charged forward, using his internal strength to grab Bok Mak's arm. With a proud look on his face, Thien Coat sneered, you're definitely dead. But contrary to his panic, Bok Mak calmly replied, so are you. After saying this, Bok Mak tightened his grip on Thien Coat's arm, and Thien Coat was immediately shocked. His mouth hung open in astonishment. What? This force? Bok Mak tightened his grip on Thien Coat's arm and quickly threw him to the ground. Get out. A loud explosion rang out, followed by a cloud of dust and debris. On this side, Lam Enhan, seeing that Bok Mak had gained the upper hand, was stunned and shouted, what? Again, Lam Enhan asked himself, how could this be? On this side, Thien Coat, struggling to stand up, gritted his teeth, still being knocked down by the trash from the Sacred Void sect. He couldn't accept this. This was the first time Duong Thien Coat had ever been humiliated like this. Bok Mak immediately rushed forward and shouted loudly, there will be a second time. After saying this, a punch was thrown, sending Thien Coat flying into the air again. His head hit the mountain like a ball, continuously banging, and now dizziness began to set in. Not stopping there, Bok Mak, seeing that his opponent had fainted, still continued to lift him up. The slaps kept coming, and Bok Mak amusedly counted loudly. The third time, the fourth time, the eighth time. Looking at the tall man now lying flat on the ground, Bok Mak contemptuously asked, who's the trash now? The crowd, seeing this from afar, was shocked. How did Bok Mak become so powerful? Even Duong Thien Coat couldn't resist. Everyone couldn't believe their eyes. He's a new disciple. How could he be this strong? At the same time, Lam Enhan spoke up. Bok Mak couldn't be this strong. It's definitely because we've already exhausted much of Duong Thien Coat's strength. Now, his envy was finally rising. Lam Enhan grumbled, Bok Mak is just lucky to have taken advantage. Lying on the ground, Thien Coat was still smug. Brat, you're dead. Wait till I get out. I'll definitely slice you into 1,000 pieces. Raising the large blade, Bok Mak coldly asked, can you even get out? Thien Coat, however, smugly asked, you dare to kill me? He introduced himself. I am a heavenly talent from the Blue Dragon's sacred land. You dare kill me? You'll be finished, and the Sacred Void sect will be finished too. Without saying anything more, Bok Mak immediately swung his sword down on Thien Coat's neck, the sharp blade sweeping across. Thien Coat, holding his neck, couldn't believe it. What, you? Bok Mak coldly turned away. Nonsense. With all that said, I wouldn't be satisfied if I didn't kill you. He then approached the soul herb, indeed extraordinary. He could feel a special fluctuation, as if his divine sense had become much clearer. Bok Mak couldn't contain his excitement. Before, while cultivating the Divine Emperor Sutra, my divine sense had already grown a lot. Drinking this soul herb will increase it further. At the same time, Lam Enhan stepped forward. Bok Mak, I've been cultivating a divine sense technique recently. This soul herb would be very useful to me. Can you give it to me? Bok Mak listened, then casually glanced at him and replied, no. Lam Enhan, now starting to vie for credit, said, Bok Mak, if not for us, do you think you could have defeated Duong Thien Coat alone? Our contribution isn't less than yours. After a pause, he continued, let's do this. I'll save your face. You can buy it for 100 spirit stones. What do you think? To these sweet words, Bok Mak only nonchalantly replied, I don't think anything about it. Seeing that he couldn't convince him, Lam Enhan continued, Bok Mak, give me the soul herb. I can cultivate my divine sense, and when that happens, my combat power will double. Lam Enhan didn't stop manipulating. I can also protect you. You have to think about the bigger picture. Everyone will remember your contribution. Bok Mak replied indifferently, binding morality is useless to me. A good thing like this, of course. I'll keep it for myself. Lamb in Hand was at a loss for words and gritted his teeth in anger. You! Immediately, Bok Mak turned and left. Let's go. And from this moment, he had earned another insight, gaining Lamb and Han's jealousy and another moment of enlightenment. Lamb and Han, furious, clenched his fist. Bok Mak, you ungrateful fool. On this side, a large stone tablet appeared in front of everyone. Vuongdang looked up. Ahead was the central area. Many disciples from the 3 great sacred lands were waiting ahead. Bok Mak spoke. Everyone, we've killed enough today. If there's danger ahead, you don't need to risk your lives. He then sincerely said to everyone, we can retreat at any time. Preserve our lives. The crowd was excited and agreed. Following Bok Mak, the day's fighting had been exhausting. They had truly had enough and had thought it over. At the same time, from behind the door, a burst of bright light immediately appeared. Vuongdang, eager, said, the light has appeared. The soul herb is about to mature. Bok Mak then said to him, let's go. Let's move forward and see. Immediately, a group of 5 people quickly moved forward to see what was happening. As they approached, they saw a large crowd gathered on the grassy field. Vuongdang and the others were shocked and exclaimed, so many soul herbs, this many is truly rare. At the same time, one of them looked at Bok Mak and shouted, stop, who are you? Vuongdang loudly replied, we're from the 10,000 Immortals' sacred land. The person next to him added, there are so many people from the 10,000 Immortals' sacred land, it looks like about 40 disciples. Han Lam speculated, they're probably waiting for these soul herbs to mature. Too bad we can't grab this great opportunity. One of them sneered, so it's disciples from the Sacred Void sect, making me worry for nothing. The group muttered among themselves, what are you looking at? Anyone can take these soul herbs, but the Sacred Void sect doesn't have the right. The girl next to him, named Chu Chuok, looked at her companions and said, don't talk to them. They're just a bunch of shrimp. Let's deal with them quickly. She shouted loudly, whoever kills the most will be rewarded with 2 soul herbs. Immediately, everyone charged forward. Chu Sutai is generous. Leave these guys to me. Charge. Kill them. Han Lam, worried, said, there are too many of them. We're probably no match. What should we do now? Looking at the enemy, Vuongdang decided to go all in. He clenched his fist and said, let's risk it. But at the same time, Bok Mak immediately stepped forward and grabbed his arm to stop him. What risk? Retreat? And so, Bok Mak ran ahead with Vuongdang following behind him. There were too many of them. If we risk it, most of us would die here. After we get outside, we'll scatter and eliminate them one by one. The group behind them saw and immediately chased after them. Chase them. Don't let them escape. Outside the door, Tiuvine was somewhat nervous. Lam Suhain, we can't move forward. Ahead is the central area. It's too dangerous. He continued, to get the Kailan elixir, we don't necessarily have to take this path. Seeing that he seemed right, Lam and Han spoke, let's go. No need to move forward anymore. At the same time, Tiuvine looked over and, hearing a loud rumble, was startled. Wait, Lam Suhain, look. Min Kai quickly realized, it's Bok Mak. They are being chased by the disciples of the 10,000 Immortals' sacred land. He gritted his teeth. Damn it. How does the 10,000 Immortals' sacred land have so many people? If they come through here, we can't stop them. We should run too. Seeing that no one next to him spoke, Min Kai quickly said, Lam Suhain, what should we do? After a moment of thought, he then spoke, open the stone gate. Upon hearing this, the other 2 looked at him in surprise, not understanding why he would be so ruthless. Seeing that they didn't respond, Lam and Han gritted his teeth and repeated, I said, drop the stone gate. Tiuvine hesitated. If the stone gate is dropped, Bok Mak and his group will be trapped inside. Won't they definitely die? Facing the life and death risk of his fellow disciples, he remained cold. Releasing the 10,000 Immortals' sacred land group means we will certainly die. The group of Tuveen felt this reasoning made sense. They looked at each other, confused. What should we do? Lam Enhan continued. The strength of the 10,000 Immortals' sacred land is higher than the Chaos sacred land. Bok Mak and his group will be caught sooner or later, and even then, it will be hard for them to escape death. Afraid they would refuse, he added, whether we drop the stone gate or not. Their fate will be the same. It's just a matter of dying sooner or later. Tuveen responded. True, if Bok Mak weren't so arrogant, he wouldn't have been hunted down by the 10,000 Immortals' sacred land. This disaster is self-inflicted. They should bear the consequences themselves. Immediately, he ordered, drop the stone gate, hurry up, or it will be too late. On this side, Han Lam ran while speaking. Ahead is the exit. Lam Suhain, they are still here. We'll counterattack together. But of course, it wasn't what everyone thought. Now the stone gate had begun to activate. Watching the door slowly close, Han Lam couldn't help but be shocked and shouted, "What?" He couldn't believe that Lam Enhan could be so despicable. Han Lam immediately shouted, Lam Suhain, what are you doing? Facing the slowly descending door, Lam Enhan had a dark expression. Don't blame me. I'm only doing this for everyone's good. If you want to blame someone, blame yourselves for following Bok Mak and provoking the 3 great sacred lands. Vuong Dang, now also angry, shouted in frustration, hateful, Lam Enhan, you shameless scoundrel. Just as they approached, the door slammed shut with no gap left. Lam Enhan stood outside, smug and satisfied. Bok Mak, you reap what you sow. Go in peace. He then turned to speak to the others behind him. Let's go. Let's fight for the Kailan elixir. On the other side of the door, the enemies were pleased. You idiots. You can't get out now. A bunch of small fry. Kill them. Han Lam, stunned, couldn't believe it. He never expected Lam Suhain to be so vile. What should we do now? Bok Mak coldly spoke again. Let's risk it. Who kills who is still uncertain? At the same time, one of them shouted, charge, kill them. Then go back to Chu Su Tai to get the soul herbs. Of course, Bok Mak didn't stand still and let them kill him. He immediately used his internal power, activating the ice and fire sacred realm. Immediately, his flames fiercely burned with terrifying heat. The people standing outside were shocked when they saw their comrades being burned. The ice and fire sacred realm. This is a sacred weapon. 2 of them, lucky not to be burned, laughed arrogantly. A sacred weapon. What a pleasant surprise. This brat even has a sacred weapon. A Tong's Bao Dong Tsu. Greed arose in them, and they immediately targeted Bok Mak, saying to each other, kill him, take the sacred weapon. Bok Mak turned to face them and shouted loudly, everyone, at this point, the ultimate counterattack. After saying this, Bok Mak launched sharp ice blocks at them. This was also the ice and fire sacred realm, earth abyss profound ice. Suddenly attacked so fiercely, the group was afraid and began to scramble to avoid. But of course, before they could get their bearings, 3 of them were trapped in the cold ice block. On this side, Vuong Dang, full of momentum, shouted loudly and rushed toward the enemy, charge, ultimate counterattack. Immediately, the ice block shattered, causing the enemy to panic. The one who was boasting earlier suddenly became extremely flustered. What? How could the power of this sacred weapon be so strong? They immediately began to flee in a panic. One of them shouted, go, return and call Chu Su Tai to deal with them. Bok Mak, no longer showing any mercy, gritted his teeth and shouted, chase them, don't let them go back and report. After saying this, he immediately activated his internal power and launched an attack. Divine Emperor Body, explosion. He calculated in his mind. The Divine Emperor Body not only enhances physical strength, but also the fire element of divine sense. It will also increase speed. On this side, Vuong Dang tightened his grip around another enemy's neck and then viciously broke his neck. Throwing the enemy to the ground, Vuong Dang still couldn't believe it. Disciples of the 10,000 Immortals' sacred land, after just a few encounters, we have already defeated them. I can't believe it. Everyone, now full of excitement, murmured joyfully, luckily we have Bok Mak. If we report this to the Sacred Void sect, everyone will be shocked. Vuongdang turned and then coldly reminded, "Don't celebrate too early. We are still trapped here." He pointed behind him and added, "The disciples of the 10,000 Immortals' sacred land ahead could discover our situation at any moment." At this moment, Bok Mak stepped forward and guided everyone. "Continue moving forward. Completely eliminate the disciples of the 10,000 Immortals' sacred land." Vuongdang, still worried, asked, "Isn't this too risky? Most of the 10,000 Immortals' sacred land disciples are ahead, and those disciples are stronger." Bok Mak's face became serious as he responded, "There's no other choice. Sooner or later, they'll discover what's happening here and hunt us down." After a pause, he made up his mind and said to everyone, "We might as well take the initiative and attack now." On the side of Chu Chuok's group, they were still unaware and casually gathering the items. "Everyone be careful. These are high-grade elixirs, very valuable." The group immediately followed the order. At the same time, someone seemed to have noticed that something was wrong. Chu Chuok also started to worry and asked her people, "Why haven't the ones chasing the Sacred Void sect returned? Could something have happened?" Zai Qian quickly replied, "Chu Sutai, don't worry. What can a few trash from the Sacred Void sect do?" After that, he quickly looked off into the distance and speculated, maybe they didn't get the chance to kill them outright, so now they're playing with them. At that moment, from afar, a sword shot quickly toward Zai Qian, attacking unexpectedly. Chu Chuok quickly noticed and hurriedly rushed forward to push Zai Qian away. "Move." Vuongdang, pleased, couldn't help but mock. Not bad for a disciple of the 10,000 Immortals' sacred land, unable to successfully ambush. Zai Qian, upon seeing Bok Mak, loudly cursed, "Mongrels from the Sacred Void sect. How are there still any of you alive?" After finishing, Zai Qian couldn't hold back and leaped forward. "I'll kill you." But it seemed he was too overconfident. Bok Mak took advantage of the opening, immediately leaping behind Zai Qian. The result was a heavy blow to the back of Zai Qian, who couldn't react in time, his mouth hanging open in shock. On this side, the others also charged forward when they saw their teammate being knocked down. They angrily shouted, "The disciples of the Sacred Void sect dared to ambush, kill them." Of course, Bok Mak's group didn't stand idly by. Everyone quickly rushed forward to subdue the enemies and support Bok Mak. Their momentum was like cutting through bamboo, and in an instant, nearly all the enemies had been knocked down. After a short while, dead bodies were scattered on the ground, and Chu Chuok was left stunned. She had a dark expression and then prepared to draw her sword, threatening loudly, "You, how dare you?" Bok Mak threw something toward Vuongdang. "Take the ice and fire sacred realm. Go help them. I'll capture this leader." She was furious and immediately activated her internal power, attacking forward. "Catch me. What are you even?" After saying this, she gritted her teeth and rushed toward Bok Mak and Vuongdang, but both of them dodged simultaneously. However, what Chu Chuok didn't expect was that her hand was suddenly gripped tightly. Bok Mak, showing no mercy, immediately threw her to the ground, causing the ground to crack from the shock. He then spoke, "The elites of the 10,000 Immortals' sacred land. Is it because I'm too strong?" Chu Chuok, sitting up and clutching her chest in pain, spoke with difficulty, "You bastard, I'll skin you alive." After saying this, she activated her internal power, and from her body emerged a golden rooster, the Rooster King physique. Bok Mak looked at the rooster in front of him. His face stiffened. "The Rooster King physique. Do you want to mock my system?" At this moment, the rooster immediately opened its mouth and let out a loud cry, causing the ground to tremble again. Bok Mak was startled and immediately shouted, warning everyone, "Not good, this sound is problematic." Chu Chuok, seeing Bok Mak's reaction, became smug, sneering, "Mocking my Rooster King physique. My Rooster King physique is a special constitution, not ordinary, it can attack the mind." The power radiated. Bok Mak, clearly annoyed, raised his hand to shield his face. Chu Chuok, now drawing her sword, smugly continued, "Now your mind is in chaos. I can kill you at will." Seeing Bok Mak stand still, Chu Chuok was gleeful. "I'll kill you, and next life, Remember not to cross paths with me again. Finally, Bok Mak took his hand away from his face, his brows furrowing slightly, and his breathing started to steady. But the issue was, he wasn't scared at all. Bok Mak, frustrated, glared at her. Just like that, his foot fiercely kicked Chu Chuak, sending her flying. But quickly, Chu Chuak managed to use her two swords to brace herself and prevent herself from falling. She was startled and immediately exclaimed, "How is this possible? How can you be so calm?" Spitting out a mouthful of blood, Chu Chuak gritted her teeth. "I have successfully cultivated the Divine Emperor Sutra. My divine sense has grown. This little mental attack can't do anything to my divine sense." Bok Mak raised his thumb and pointed it down to the ground, his tone full of disdain. "Rooster King physique trash." Chu Chuak, now furious, couldn't hold herself back and shouted loudly, "Hateful! You're not worthy of mocking me." Pointing at him, Chu Chuak coldly ordered, "Rooster King physique, devour him." As soon as Chu Chuak's words ended, the rooster immediately opened its mouth and rushed toward Bok Mak. Bok Mak, activating his internal power, summoned a phoenix of flames, and then, with contempt, said, "Devour me. Do you even deserve it?" Chu Chuak immediately realized and couldn't believe what was happening. This was the Divine Emperor body. Chu Chuak, unwilling to accept it, continued, "How can this be? No one can cultivate the Divine Emperor Sutra. How can you activate the Divine Emperor body?" Bok Mak didn't respond, only looked at her coldly, and then ordered his phoenix, "Devour." As soon as the words left his mouth, the phoenix immediately dove toward the rooster and fiercely opened its mouth to swallow the enemy in front of them. With her spiritual beast being defeated, Chu Chuak was seriously injured. She felt a sharp pain and then, unwilling to accept it, shouted, "No." A mouthful of blood was spat out, and she angrily yelled, "Damn it, you've killed my Rooster King physique." Bok Mak immediately stood in front of her and then spoke again, "I not only killed your Rooster King physique, but I'll kill you too." Hearing this, Chu Chuak smirked arrogantly. "You dare? I'm a heavenly talent of the 10,000 immortals' sacred land. You dare touch me?" Lifting her neck, Bok Mak disdainfully replied, "I've heard that line so many times already." Her breathing had started to grow difficult. Chu Chuak tried to hold back and said, "Hateful, don't provoke me." On this side, Han Lam was kicked hard in the stomach by one of them, causing him to be thrown away. Immediately, everyone was surrounded by the enemy. The situation became a bit serious. Han Lam, now nervous, fearfully said, "There are too many of them. I'm afraid we—" The two from the enemy side looked at Vuongdang smugly, "Daring to challenge our 10,000 immortals' sacred land. You're definitely dead. I'll make you regret coming to this world." Facing their momentum, Vuongdang coldly said. He thought for a moment and then told his people, "Let's risk it." Upon hearing Vuongdang say this, one of them gleefully raised his sword and said to his companions, "Charge, let's deal with them." In the urgent situation, Vuongdang glared and then shouted loudly, "Stop." The crowd immediately fell silent, and their gaze shifted to Bok Mak, who was holding Chu Chuak by the neck like a doll. The people from the enemy side were stunned. "What, Chu Su Tai?" They glared and pointed their swords at Bok Mak. "Damn it, release Chu Su Tai. If you touch a hair of her, I'll kill you. Brat, you're dead for sure." Bok Mak, impatient, used his internal energy to make Chu Chuak tremble, and then said, "Too noisy. Put down your weapons." Although she was injured, Chu Chuak still tried to glance at her people and ordered, "Don't listen to him. Don't put down your weapons." But hearing these words, Bok Mak seemed displeased. He frowned and then lifted her again, making Chu Chuak momentarily stunned. The people on the other side were scared again. They didn't know what to do. They could only stand there and shout, "Chu Su Tai, brat, don't harm Chu Su Tai." Bok Mak, now frowning, glanced over and warned them, "Hurry up. I don't want to say it a second time." One of them pointed his sword at Bok Mak's face and continued, "Brat, we can put down our weapons, but you have to promise to release Chu Su Tai and not attack us." Bok Mak acted nonchalantly and said, "Don't worry, as long as you surrender, I'll release her." The group was worried. What status does Chu Su Tai have? Surely you know. She can't be harmed. If something happens to her, we won't survive when we return to the 10,000 Immortals' sacred land. Finally, one of them couldn't hold back the worry and turned to his companions. Put down your weapons. The 10,000 Immortals' sacred land group was in chaos. Hateful. We've never had to endure this. Fine. All for Chu Su Tai. Put down your weapons. Afraid of hesitation that might put Chu Chuok in danger, the leader shouted one last time, "Put down your weapons." After seeing that the enemies had put down their weapons and surrendered, Bok Mak immediately ordered his men to tie them all up. Chu Chuok, though still under his control, remained extremely stubborn. No. Those words made Bok Mak dissatisfied. He immediately raised his hand and slapped her hard on the cheek, causing one side of her face to swell. Blood once again flowed from the corner of her mouth. Chu Chuok was so angry that her face changed color. She looked at him but could not utter a word. You. Meanwhile, Bok Mak tightened his grip on her arm. He threatened, "If you dare to talk more, I will break your neck right now." Then he said to his men, "Tie them all up. If anyone dares to resist, I will kill your senior sister Chu." Following Bok Mak's orders, Vuong Dang also pointed behind and gave the command again, "Tie them all up." After a long while, Chu Chuok's group was finally subdued. Vuong Dang turned to him and said, "Junior brother Bok Mak, they are all tied up." She angrily said again, "Now the disciples of Van Tine Holy Land no longer pose any threat to you. Can you let us go?" But right after hearing this, he just kept a cold face and calmly uttered a chilling word, "Kill." Hearing those words, Chu Chuok could not believe it. She was shocked and exclaimed, "What?" Vuong Dang now absolutely obeyed Bok Mak's words. Upon hearing this, he looked at Bok Mak's men and said, "What are you standing there for? Kill." As soon as he received Vuong Dang's firm reply, he slashed directly. The opponent only had time to cry out, "No." Now Chu Chuok's people were panicking, screaming loudly, "How dare you? Are you not afraid that Van Tine Holy Land will take revenge?" Watching her people fall one by one, Chu Chuok turned pale with fear. She couldn't help but curse, "Damn it." The woman's eyes shimmered with tears. She frowned in shock. "No, how could this be?" Chu Chuok angrily turned to Bok Mak and scolded, "Bastard, you don't keep your word." Facing her words, he sneered and asked back, "Not keeping my word, so what?" Looking at Chu Chuok, he confirmed, "I, Bok Mak, have never been a gentleman, at least not in front of the three great holy lands like you." He declared like thunder, "From the moment you killed the disciples of my Fan Hien sect, we have become mortal enemies." Chu Chuok still shouted, "Van Tine Holy Land will surely destroy Fan Hien sect. Definitely, you will pay the price." Continuing to swing his fist toward the opponent, Bok Mak calmly replied, "Then go down there with them." Standing on the brink of life and death, Chu Chuok was terrified. "No, don't kill me. Spare my life. I have a secret." Hearing this, Bok Mak immediately stopped, but he couldn't help but praise, "Quite a strong will to live." Then Bok Mak coldly threw the woman to the ground, untied her ropes, and asked, "Speak, what secret?" Chu Chuok nervously sat up. Now she appeared flustered and stammered, I. He glared and looked at her. Bok Mak coldly and impatiently said, "Lying to me." Chu Chuok stammered, "I'm not lying to you. My secret can only be told to you alone." Then he sat down closer to Chu Chuok and warned, "Speak. If you dare lie to me, I will kill you immediately." At that moment, she leaned close to Bok Mak's ear and whispered something to him. Hearing those words, he could not hide his surprise. Bok Mak asked in shock, "Really?" Chu Chuok blushed. She hurriedly nodded repeatedly as if afraid that saying one wrong word would cost her life. "Really? It's just that I need some time." Not knowing what this information was. But then finally Bok Mak decided to forgive her. "If that's the case, then I will let you go." Hearing this, Chu Chuok was overjoyed, but also suspicious and immediately asked again, "Really?" Bok Mak then said, "Of course it's true. You must swear before heaven and earth to take me as your lord and never betray my will." But upon hearing this, she became furious and immediately refused. "No, I am from the Vantine Holy Land." He said nothing more and silently looked at her with displeasure. "You better think carefully before you speak." Now the two stood silently looking at each other for a while, and no one around dared to breathe heavily. Seeing that Chu Chuak still could not make a decision, he, showing impatience, urged again, "Hurry up, my patience is limited." In the end Chu Chuak chose to protect her life, and now standing before him she loudly declared, I swear before heaven and earth to accept Bok Mak as my lord." Raising 5 fingers to the sky, Chu Chuak once again pledges never to betray the will of Master Bok Mak. From above, a streak of golden light appeared among the lines, and this series of words seemed to have been recorded. The beam of light shone directly onto Chu Chuak, and it seemed she had successfully signed a contract with Bok Mak. After a while, all the bindings entered Chu Chuak's body, making her somewhat surprised. Seeing this scene, Bok Mak could not help but be very pleased, and he smiled brightly. The oath to heaven is successful. Immediately afterward Bok Mak finally let Chu Chuak go. "You may leave now. I look forward to our next meeting." Since she was now under his command, Chu Chuak said nothing and angrily turned and left. Han Lam was overjoyed. "We've won." Truong Dan was also excited. Facing more than a dozen elite disciples of the Vantine Holy Land, we could still win. Unbelievable. But Bok Mak did not slack off because of his victory. He immediately ordered everyone, "Quickly gather all these spirit herbs." One of them stepped forward, shouting, "This is Thien Duong grass, a high-grade spirit herb." Han Lam was also thrilled. "There is also Bok Ngok Dang here, fortune." And in a short while, they successfully collected a large sack of spirit herbs for Bok Mak. Han Lam quickly reported, "Bok Mak, we have over 700 spirit herbs in total. This is the first time I've seen so many spirit herbs." He nonchalantly sat by the rock and asked Han Lam, "Have they been divided evenly?" Holding the large sack of spirit herbs, Han Lam could not help exclaiming, "Evenly divide them? That's not right." He earnestly told him, "Bok Mak, you contributed the most. Dividing evenly would be unfair to you." Truong Dan added, "If not for Bok Mak, we would not have obtained these spirit herbs and might have died here." After a pause he loudly declared, "I propose Bok Mak takes half, Vuong Dang 100 plants, and the rest we divide equally." And so the group simultaneously agreed. "I also agree, so each of us can have 50 plants. This is a resource that in Than Hien Tong we could not have in 10 years. After dividing the goods, one of them worriedly stepped forward and said, "Bok Mak, we suffered heavy losses this battle. We may not be able to continue." Han Lam thought it reasonable and chimed in, "Bok Mak, go out with us. We accomplished a miracle. After we leave, Than Hien Tong will be honored because of us." With a sincere face he advised, "You have done very well. There is no need to continue risking it." But Bok Mak coldly refused. "It's fine. You all go out first. I still have to press on to seize the Kilin Divine Realm." And at that moment they parted here. Bok Mak said to his juniors, "Take care. We will go ahead, wait for you outside." With the belongings divided and their mission complete, he did not want to keep them longer to avoid endangering them. Bok Mak then turned and left. Outside, Thai Truong Lao could not help but worry. After a long time with no sound, "I wonder how the situation inside is." Elder Cow still kept an arrogant attitude. He sneered, "What else could it be? No movement means that the people of your Than Hien sect are all dead." At this moment from within that secret realm, Han Lam's group shouted joyfully, "We are out, we survived." Elder Sun, upon seeing them, couldn't help but have his eyes light up with joy. "They are the disciples of our Than Hien sect." Elder Thai quickly followed up, immediately calling them over, "Disciples, come here quickly. Tell us what the situation inside is." Now Elder Lu immediately spoke, "Elder of Than Long Holy Land, do you want to make a bet?" Elder Cow asked again, "How to bet?" He continued, "Let's bet on which Holy Land's disciples killed more disciples of Than Hien sect. Than Long Holy Land or Vantine Holy Land. How about it?" Elder Cow excitedly replied, "Bet then, Than Long Holy Land has Duong Thien coat. Surely he killed the most. Elder Lu happily said, whoever loses must give up one high-grade spirit herb. He quickly replied, agreed. Immediately after that, Truong Dan began to report, Elder, we disciples encountered disciples of Than Long Holy Land and Van Tine Holy Land inside. Hearing this, Elder Thai was shocked. What, encountered disciples of Than Long Holy Land and Van Tine Holy Land? Elder Sun also grew tense. It's bad, encountering two holy lands at once. At that moment Elder Thatch worriedly stepped forward and immediately asked, only a few of you managed to escape. Where is Bok Mak? On this side, Elder Cow laughed proudly, just as this elder had predicted. Pausing briefly, he said, quickly tell me, did Than Long Holy Land kill more, Van Tine Holy Land kill more? Han Lam immediately replied, based on numbers, of course Van Tine Holy Land killed more. Elder Lu, hearing this, was smug. Elder of Than Long Holy Land, I win. Han Lam then poured cold water over them and continued, after all Van Tine Holy Land was just a bunch of useless trash. I alone killed dozens of them. Hearing that, both old men opened their mouths wide in astonishment, unable to help but shout, what? Elder Sun and Elder Thai were also shocked, interrupting him. What did you say? Killed disciples of Van Tine Holy Land. Finally Elder Thai could not suppress his curiosity. He stepped forward, quickly tell the details. Meanwhile Elder Lu was so angry that he gnashed his teeth. Unable to bear the truth, he shouted loudly, nonsense. Then he scolded Han Lam's group, with cultivation like yours. How could you kill disciples of Van Tine Holy Land, and dozens of them? Han Lam laughed smugly and told him, Elder, not dozens but at least 50. With a proud face Han Lam recounted every detail. Junior brother Bok Mak turned the situation around and forced the disciples of Van Tine Holy Land to kneel and surrender. All of them were killed. It was truly unbelievable. Elder Lu kept repeating the same words. Impossible. This absolutely cannot be true. Then he couldn't hold back and shouted, nonsense, you're just bragging. This simply could not have happened. Hearing those words Han Lam couldn't help but laugh loudly, then glanced mockingly. Elder of Than Long Holy Land, you still don't believe. He smiled brightly and repeated loudly and clearly, your Tianjiao Duong Thien Code of Than Long Holy Land was personally killed by Bok Mak. The other disciples of Than Long Holy Land were also all killed. After finishing, Han Lam turned toward Bok Mak's master and affirmed once more, Elder Thatch, every word this disciple said is true. Then he continued, now Vuong Dang and Bok Mak are still advancing forward to seize the Kiln Divine Pride. Elder Thatch's face beamed as if spring had arrived. He laughed proudly, good, very good. Elder Thai couldn't help but praise. Bok Mak truly lives up to being a saint, an outstanding disciple of our Than Hien sect. This elder did not misjudge him. The two old men on the other side kept shouting,
You can prove what you said is true.
I don't believe it. I absolutely don't believe it. This elder also doesn't believe it. At that moment from within the secret realm, Chu Chuok, covered in wounds, stumbled out, third elder. As soon as he saw his disciple, Elder Liu couldn't help but feel delighted. He immediately shouted, Juk, you came out. Elder Gao now also spoke more boldly. If the disciple of Wangxian Holy Land has come out, then the lie has already been broken. He was full of disdain. Elder Shi, don't you yourself know clearly what level the disciples of your sacred profound sect are at? Yet you still speak such nonsense. Juk now tearfully recounted, Master, they are dead, all dead. The disciples of Wangxian Holy Land except PT for me are all dead. Hearing these words from Zhu Que's own mouth, Elder Liu couldn't help but cry out loudly, what? Now even the elders couldn't help but anxiously at SK then what about our Azure Dragon Holy Land? Hearing that, Juk sorrowfully said, when I came out I also saw the people of the Azure Dragon Holy Land dead. The corpse of Yang Tanghuo was also among them. Elder Gao couldn't believe his ears. He kept shouting, how can this be, my disciple? On their side elder she laughed gleefully then mockingly said, you two elders, who doesn't know that clearly? Zhuke now continued, the disciple of the sacred profound sect is Bai Mo. This person is a son of heaven's pride. According to Zhu Kui's evaluation, he could even be ranked in the top 10 of Wangxian Holy Land. Man Nai, who was standing beside, heard every single word clearly. She was so angry that she gnashed her teeth. It's Bai Mo again. The elders now felt as if they were slapped hard in the face. One of them helplessly muttered, the elites of our 3 great holy lands took action. Could it be that in the end even the Kilin Divine Bridge was taken by Bai Mo? At this moment a voice rang out. 2 elders need not worry. Chen Xuanba of our Chaos Holy Land is still inside. Elder Zheng still seemed extremely proud. He declared that with Xuanba there, this Bai Mo will surely die. Both elders unanimously agreed. Chen Xuanba indeed has extremely powerful combat strength. Only by letting Chen Xuanba cut this Bai Mo into a million pieces can the hatred in our hearts be relieved. And inside there, where a small lake was crossed by a long stone bridge, above it emanated a stream of mysterious light. It turned out that the object emitting that energy was a bone, which seemed to be constantly absorbing spiritual energy. Over here, a man dressed in extremely dignified clothes was coldly standing there watching that object. He was precisely Chen Xuanba. Xuanba took the lead, followed by 4 other men dressed similarly who seemed to be disciples of the same sect. Now one of them volunteered to step forward. Senior Brother Chen, let me go and investigate. And just like that, he slowly approached the place where the glowing bone was, not noticing that a small flame had begun to burn beneath his feet. In this way, in just a short moment his whole body was engulfed in blazing fire. Before he could struggle or even understand what was happening, his entire body turned into nothingness. Xuanba now couldn't help but be shocked and shouted loudly, no, to cross the stone bridge one must comprehend this stone tablet first. At this moment one of them shouted, but we've been here for half an incense stick already, we still can't comprehend it. They were so frightened that sweat streamed down their faces. Above was the supreme art of the Kilin Supreme. It was simply impossible to comprehend in such a short time. As if still unafraid, after saying that the man flew straight toward that side. Let me go and try. This time not walking. He thought he was safe, but unexpectedly from below a giant crocodile opened its mouth waiting. And just like that, another of Xuanba's members lost his life under the jaws of that crocodile. The one standing on the shore broke into a sweat and shouted loudly, this, at least, is a ferocious beast of the profound void realm. Even flying directly across won't work. Seeing the scene before their eyes, everyone was so shocked that they gasped. The profound void realm is far higher than ours. Flying across there is simply impossible. One of them couldn't help but turn pale and shout in fear. Then what should we do? We can't comprehend the stone tablet, and we can't fly across either. He now looked toward Xuanba, his face turning ashen as he asked, can't we obtain the Kilin Divine Bridge? Upon hearing that, Xuanba immediately turned his head and gave a solution. There is one way. This ferocious beast is called a crocodile flood dragon, although ferocious. Pausing for a moment he continued, but it has one habit. Once it eats its fill it will sleep very soundly. As soon as they heard Xuanba say that, they excitedly cried out, Senior Brother Chen means to catch some people for that beast to eat, right? I wonder if the disciples of the sacred profound sect have all been killed yet. Then one of them stepped forward eagerly to report, Senior Brother Chen. Just now Senior Brother Tai sent a message. He pointed outside the door and told Xuanba that when they went to find the Kilin pill, they saw the disciples of the sacred profound sect. Hearing that, Xuanba immediately ordered coldly, send a message to Junior Brother Tai. Tell him to capture the disciples of the sacred profound sect alive. He carefully reminded his men, absolutely do not kill them at will. Outside, Lan Ren reassured his men, everyone don't worry, the Chaos Holy Land has only 4 or 5 people. He spoke with a tone full of arrogance, on our side we have more than 20 people, we can definitely defeat them. Then he pointed toward the burning flame and painted a vision, after defeating them, the Kilin pill there will be ours. These words of Lan Ren indeed made his fellow disciples thrilled. Do it. With senior brother Lan here, what do we have to fear? But now seeing Lan Ren's group so happy, one from the Chaos Holy Land couldn't help but mock. A bunch of weaklings, where do you get the confidence to snatch treasures from us? The one behind him eagerly followed up. Senior brother Tai, senior brother Chen Xuanba told us to capture them alive. These people have great use. Tai Lin looked at his men with disdain, then carefully instructed, troublesome, then just go easy, don't beat them to death. Time quickly passed, and just as Tai Lin predicted, Lan Ren's group had been beaten miserably. Lan Ren, unwilling to accept it, screamed loudly, "How could we lose? We have so many people yet still lost." Tai Lin was overjoyed. He contemptuously pointed at the group tied pitifully on the ground and ordered his men, "Take them away." On this side, Wang Dang and Bai Mo were walking side by side forward. The journey so far seemed smooth. After a while, Bai Mo turned to proudly ask Wang Dang, "Junior brother, how do you feel about senior brother's performance just now?" Wang Dang looked at him with disgust and replied irritably, "I refuse to answer, not giving you a chance to go home." Raising his thumb, Bai Mo made an admiring face, then teasingly said to Wang Dang, "My junior brother's humor has improved." Then the two continued walking forward. But before they arrived, they already heard screams in the distance. "No, don't." Wang Dang became a bit alert. Bai Mo turned to reassure him, his tone serious as he said, "Let's go forward and take a look." Going a bit further, seeing the scene before him, Wang Dang couldn't help but be dumbfounded. This is right in front of them. Lan Ren's group was tied up and forced to kneel miserably on the ground like slaves. They were being tightly bound and dragged by the people of Chaos. Min Kai was terrified, trembling and begging, "Please don't." Finishing his words, that man viciously threw Min Kai like an object into the water, then said with amusement, "Go." From under the water, the crocodile flood dragon, upon seeing its prey, immediately leapt up and bit tightly without letting go. Watching it devour non-stop, Tai Lin couldn't help but marvel. It eats a lot indeed. A few weak disciples of the sacred profound sect are not enough to fill its teeth. Suddenly, a loud sound came from ahead. Tai Lin looked over in surprise to see what was happening. Seeing Bai Mo and Wang Dang approaching, Tai Lin shouted disdainfully, "Where did you two come from?" As soon as everyone saw them, they were all so stunned that their mouths gaped open in shock. "It's Bai Mo and Wang Dang. The two of them are still alive." Now the group was terrified. If not dead, then what? They could not be saved. This time everyone was surely going to die. No one should hope to escape. Wang Dang stepped forward and said to you, "Earlier these people deliberately tried to kill us. Unexpectedly, in the blink of an eye, they were captured by others." He felt no pity for these wretches. Although they were fellow disciples, he had no mercy, but still uttered that there is karma in heaven. Now Tai Lin stood up upright, pointed forward and loudly ordered, "People, seize those two escapees from the sacred profound sect." Obeying him, the group rushed at Bai Mo and shouted, "Brat, don't resist. Of course, for someone like you who can use enlightenment, those guys were nothing." Bai Mo casually struck the back of one's neck, making him spurt blood on the spot. Very quickly, all the men Tai Lin had sent were beaten flat to the ground by the two brothers Wang Dang and Bai Mo. Seeing this, Xuanba frowned and praised their skill. Somewhat capable, no wonder they have survived until now. At that moment Lan Ren stammered respectfully to Tai Lin, "Honored brothers of the sacred profound sect, I have something to say." Looking at the defeated man before him, Tai Lin contemptuously glanced and asked him, "Any last words? Speak." Lan Ren now grabbed at a life preserver and eagerly negotiated, "I beg you senior brothers to spare me." Before the words left his mouth, Tai Lin slapped him hard across the face without mercy. Tai Lin then looked contemptuously at Lan Ren and coldly said, "Still daring to bargain with me, speak or not?" Now frightened Lan Ren stammered, I'll say, there is a spirit herb on the man named Bai Mo. You can go plunder it." His inner scheming thought, "Bai Mo, don't blame me. Anyway, you're about to die. Letting me live before you die isn't bad." Hearing this, Tai Lin was overjoyed and laughed smugly. A spirit herb. Truly a good thing. Just what I need. The petty Lan Ren now knelt on the ground pleading. I beg you, senior brothers, to spare me. I will be your beast of burden to repay you. Wang Dang looked at this cowardly man with contempt, having met shameless people, but never anyone so shameless. Tai Lin arrogantly extended his hand toward Bai Mo and commanded in a masterly tone, hand it over. Sneering, he continued, perhaps to amuse me, after maiming you I may spare your life. Bai Mo was utterly calm now. He strode toward Tai Lin alone without fear. Seeing him so obedient, Tai Lin nodded pleased, understanding fellow. I like those who know the times. Sitting on the ground, Lan Ren was full of smugness. Bai Mo, weren't you very arrogant? Now you're scared. As he passed, Tai Lin put out his hand disdainfully and said casually, give it to me. Raising his hand to touch Tai Lin's palm, Bai Mo couldn't help but sneer. Fool. His hand deftly snapped Tai Lin's wrist joints, making him tremble with pain. Unable to withstand Bai Mo's strength, Tai Lin hunched over in pain. Furious at being humiliated, Tai Lin clenched his fist and shouted as he lunged, bastard, I will kill you. It seemed he had poured all his strength into this punch, but Bai Mo remained calm, grabbed the fist and squeezed it. Unbelievable, Tai Lin frowned at Bai Mo and blurted, what? Tossing him like a feather, Bai Mo coldly sneered, get lost. Seeing himself almost thrown into the river, he screamed in fear, no, senior brother Chen, save me. But immediately the crocodile flood dragon leapt up, clamped Tai Lin in its jaws, and swallowed him whole. The men on the bank screamed in terror at the shocking sight. Senior brother Tai, damn it, he has killed senior brother Tai.